Okay. All right, so I have it as 9 o'clock, and I'll call the meeting to order. This is the meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee to review the draft budget as presented by the General Manager and his team. Tom will be taking minutes for the meeting here today, and Tom, you should note in the minutes that all BNF members are present for the meeting. If we could stand for Pledge of Allegiance, that'd be great. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. So the agenda has been submitted. Does anyone have any changes or edits to the agenda, including you, John?
No, not this one.
Okay. So if there are no changes or edits to the agenda is then approved as submitted. A few comments to make here before we get started. First of all, I welcome everybody. We have 2.5 days of a pretty packed agenda here to review the draft budget for the next fiscal year. As I mentioned on Friday, I want to extend a big thank you to John and his team for putting together all of the books and the business plans. A lot of work went into prepping, significant effort, and it's all very good and worthwhile. We appreciate that very much. Special thanks to Michelle for providing for some good eats over there, and I guess we have lunch served today, so that's very helpful too. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. We did get the business plans last Friday in advance. Thanks, Steve. I went through those, and actually they're very good detail. They're very good detail for giving a background to the numbers. They describe a little bit about what's going on in each department. Basically, they talk about any new initiatives they might have. And there's a SWOT analysis there looking at strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats for each department. So it adds a nice, good background to the numbers. I inserted it in my book here, and as we go through and each department presents, I'm sure I'll refer to that when I think about looking at the numbers and asking questions and so forth. John O'Connor mentioned this morning driving over, not only good for us, but he was mentioning that it's good for the departments as well to let them think about the things they need to be doing long-term to really improve their departments and go forward and make the necessary things to service the community. So it's a good document. We're glad that we have it up front to review. It'll be helpful going through the budget process. So once again, as I mentioned on Friday, we're here to review the preliminary budget as presented by the GM and his team. We will make recommendations. We'll summarize those recommendations and submit them at the end. Actually, we'll be reviewing those as we go along each day to make sure that we're all on the same page. But we'll make recommendations to the GM and to the board. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's up to the board to basically bless a budget, and they will take our recommendations and do with what they see fit. I encourage everybody to ask questions. We have 4 new members here, and one thing about the budget and the budget detail that we're going through, it's different from what we look at on a monthly basis. Monthly basis, it's more summarized. There's a lot of detail in here. So this is your opportunity to ask questions, and not only a question as far as why a variance or what the variance is, or why that is, but if there's a level of understanding that someone needs to reach as far as what's going on in a particular department, it's a good time to ask a question. It's an educational process too. So again, we have 4 new members, even board members. It's a good opportunity to ask questions for just an overall general understanding. And there are no silly questions. Absolutely none. Every question is legit. With that, John?
Thank you, Jim. I just want to say right off the bat, comment to you and your team. It's been a very progressive, constructive interaction between BNF and my team, which has added to this week's presentations, especially the transparency. I thank you for all the interaction over especially the last several months as we of course, the proposed budget. So with that said, start off with, I know this section is the general manager's budget presentation comments. So I just want to do an overview and tell everybody, I did present at the board meeting on Saturday, but I just want to go through that with the team. I mean, first of all, I just want to comment again that this is the GM's proposed draft budget. It's a working document. It was prepared bottoms up as the guidance was directed by B&F. Every department head had total input on their departments, as well as the team across the board, as far as projects, capital spend, bulkheads, drainage, dredging, everything. So it is bottoms up, where we came up with this calculation on this working document. I will open up today with a reconciliation of part of the executive summary. Anyone who has followed the GM updates will see in general there were no surprises. There will be some changes, some minor changes to the capital schedules that you received, as well as the police budget that we're still working on. And that will be at the beginning of each day. I will explain that. But again, they're minor, and it is that we are still working on those projects. Okay, so with that, there is a handout today that I believe everybody has. It's pretty much what I...
No, I don't have it.
Okay, it's right there when you come in.
I got it.
So I'll just summarize as far as the dates. Now, the dates have been posted to the website, and Josh and his team are communicating that. Just to highlight on the key dates, I believe it's important for us to discuss it because it also denotes meetings for member comment, which I feel, and we all know, is very important and is part of our scrolls. So just to rehash, the budget binders were delivered somewhere around December 19th to B&F. They were prepared based upon B&F and board guidance. And again, I'll say it utilizing a bottoms-up approach. Every department head was involved in their budgets and would be a part of the presentation to the B&F committee and the board. The B&F committee presentation is scheduled for this week, 6th through the 8th. I see there are some members here of the association. I hope they do attend. The board will conduct work sessions on the budget January 15th through the 17th. The GM will publish the recommended budget on January 24th, working with the CFO. Some key dates that obviously, as I mentioned, denotes meetings for members' comments. February 5th, board conducts hearing on recommended budget. February 11th, Treasurer and GM provide board with any final recommendations. February 7th through 14th, board provides GM with any motions to amend. GM will calculate, that means Steve will, any assessment impact. February 18th, again denotes member comment. Board gives final comments on the budget. Board considers any motions to amend and votes to adopt final budget. All these time frames and dates are all within the scrolls of Ocean Ponds. Okay, so the next slide is what I believe ties everything together, and at least I believe is a good opening for today. And it's labeled fiscal year 2020-2021 proposed budget overview. I'm a big believer in reconciliations, and you can see in a lot of the work papers we do and throughout the course of the year, Steve and I and other members of the team constantly reconciling. So let's start off with the 986. We all know that's the approved budget for the 2019-2020 year. What we did here was we took just, again, high level, and we'll get into the detail over the course of this week, but if you take all the amenities in this proposed budget for 2020 and 21 and look at the effect it will have on that 986 starting point for today, it's $26 on the assessment favorable. The departments, when we consolidated all the departments and came up with one number, it's $23 favorable on the 986. Again, within our proposed budget, what we're presenting today and this week. Now, with the departments, I just want to highlight, we did pull out a key component, which are the salary adjustments. We all know by now that we've all done an intensive compensation study. I have vetted the results, whether it was between the departments, the board, and to any openings, any members. We've broken out here the effect on the proposed budget for those salary adjustments. For instance, starting the first line, the market adjustment, Well, at this time, we know that somewhere, just rounded numbers, the adjustments to get us to a minimum baseline for all our employees from the outside, objective, independent, data-driven survey study by the Simpson Group is $7 on the assessment. Okay, so to get to the police and any members, and we have detailed work papers on all this, to get us to at least the minimum point, it's a $7 effect on the assessment. Mandated adjustments, it's just that, it's mandated. We all know that the minimum wage, inflation is there. We have a minimum wage adjustment mandated to us no matter what. The effect is $9. COLA adjustment basically calculated at around 2%, which basically, to Steve and myself and our HR team, we believe is the inflation factor or cost of living. The effect there is $9. Roughly was around the 2% area for those that want to know the percents. A merit pool. I've come forward and requested a merit pool be part of the salary adjustments for this budget. The effect is $5. The rate percentage on that is 1.25%. As I've explained in other meetings on that is another part of the Simpson study, that independent study, and where I told you about the $7 market adjustment to get them to the minimum. Obviously, we do want to, especially with high performers, make sure that they're at least to the midpoint. Simpson did give me an adjustment, a dollar amount for that. I've elected, or I'm recommending to the committee, to the board, to the association, that this is something we should achieve over time with a merit pool adjustment. So again, if it is 1.25%, obviously that would be your overall, and somebody could possibly get 2% out of that merit pool, and somebody could possibly get 0. But that's how, as a team, I believe we can get and right size where we're at. Depreciation, as you know, we have a lot of new buildings going in. We have, actually it was B&F as well as the reserve study. We did incorporate an inflation factor into the depreciation. That's a part of that $13, as well as any depreciation on any new buildings that start off with May 1st. Also in there, because of the interest rate change, and I can tell you that the interest rates have come down if somebody doesn't follow it. So we do have less interest being applied in there. And that's all there. Medical inflation, well, that's a fact of life. So even though the board and everything, what we did last year, in the sense that now we've moved to 80-20. By 80-20, what I mean is that the association funds or carries 80% of the medical cost for the employees, and the employees now pay 20%. But there is an inflation factor there on a medical, and you can see that that's $9 effect for this year on our proposed budget. Bulkheads, $19. It's like anything I've said in the past, when we do have a holiday, and last year's budget, $986, the board decided to take out the $19, and I'm fine with that. Nobody's questioning that. But as far as the mechanics, as far as the calculation, that number needs to be put back in there. We do need to fund it. There's a lot of work going on for bulkheads, a lot of good work. We will have a team in here, Kobe Novietti will present their plans. We have business plans for that. So I'm recommending to put back the $19. We will talk more on bulkheads over the course of the week as far as what that actually means on the assessment. And we'll handle that separately from this reconciliation. Need everybody to focus on the next line and the next number. It's a big number. It's $30 on the assessment. It's a favorable decrease, operating deficit recovery. You take a step back, a couple of years ago, we all know that somewhere around 1.6 million, we had an operating deficit. The board last year mandated that this should be paid down over a 3-year period. In the 986, just running some rounding numbers on all this, in the 986, we did apply, or part of that assessment, approximately somewhere around $30, $31, went towards paying down that operating deficit, and that was applied. That basically calculates about $250,000. Just round numbers for today, please, but we have the detail if somebody wants it to the exact numbers. That brought us down to basically, how much, Steve?
$640K.
Going into this proposed budget.
640K coming in after the 250 is applied.
Right. So, and we'll go through that more in detail. So what I'm saying is this, we all know, if you've been following each month in the review with BNF as well as in board meetings, we are tracking favorable to budget. For this budget process, we have included a forecast, which is very important for this current year that we're in, current fiscal. And what we're estimating is our budget favorability for this year. With that said, I believe at this time, and so does Steve, that, and from our reviews with budget and finance, that we believe we would have at least 250,000 of budget favorability. We do still have 4 or 5 months to go, and as you all know, we have a use of cash during that period, and we really don't bring in much revenue, if any. But we are tracking that, but I feel confident at this time that we should, as an association, and I'm bringing forward in my team, that $30 does not need to be funded to decrease the operating deficit recovery within this proposed budget, that we can utilize that budget favorability for this year, $30. Now, there is obviously the potential for more budget favorability, and I'll discuss that as the time and the week goes on. But that's a pretty important factor, and one that I take seriously in my team as far as coming with this assessment. That brings us down to an assessment of proposed budget draft working document as of now of $978. Okay. The next page just included, and this will evolve over the course of this week. There are presentations, there are work plans, there are detailed work plans, there are detailed budget numbers in a binder, and they will be presented by different members of the team supporting what we have put in and what we believe we need in this budget for the 2020-2021 year. Everything will be supported, everything is documented. It'll be there for you to review and certainly be transparent. So when you look on this page, the reserves, which is kind of a forecast of where we would be at 5/1/20 as well as 4/30/21, you'll see that we have detail which will evolve over the course of this week, explaining all those expenditures and the contributions. Okay, so that's all part of it. You will all receive that. Okay, with that, and just checking the calendar, time-wise, we're actually ahead of time, but I do have Steve Phillips here. The first category, general administration, general manager's office, human resources. That budget, that proposed budget, bottoms up, prepared by Steve and his team, and of course with me. So Steve, I'm going to hand off to you as you give a detailed review. Dick, as far as your team, and Steve and I are open, whether you want to wait to the end of the presentation by Steve and myself, or if you want to interact as we go through it. Steve and I are fine on that. That's up to you.
I think it's best if, as we go through, if someone has a question, that we jump on it. And that also includes board members as well.
Okay, so you're opening it up to the
Yes.
outside, because I'm fine with that. Absolutely. So if I do look at them, I'm okay?
Yep.
All right, so Steve and I are good with that, and I believe every one of my department heads. All right, Steve, just guide us through it.
All right, I guess the best way to do it, we'll start with the admin budget, since that's the first tab, tab number 2. Okay, so this, the admin has your assessments, so you can see your assessment in there at 9058. That's applying the 978 assessment, or yeah, I think that's the number that we have.
So
Close enough. That John just alluded to. You can see your transfers out. That's your reserve contributions. That's your transfers in that page that John just referred to, into the replacement reserve, the bulkheads, and your roads reserve. In terms of your other revenues, you can see that there's not much change from the prior year budget or the actuals that we've received in historical years, 17, 18, 19. That's your casino funds that ultimately get deposited into your reserves, $325K. Your franchise fees is per your Mediacom contract. That's 1.6% of gross revenues. You can
So, Stephen, I apologize, and Steve, I just want to highlight that because, and I know Doug's here and everything, I don't believe it's a franchise fee, I believe it's a right-of-way fee, because I have been corrected, and we'll change this.
Yeah, it's not used the term franchise fee.
Right, it's a right-of-way fee, we will change that in the work, I haven't received feedback on that. Steve will adjust accordingly. But Steve, your point is that's the combined of the two?
Yeah, and my point is that that's basically the Mediacom, at 1.6% of gross revenues that they pay us out on a quarterly basis, and that's historically been around 165, so that's what we budget. John alluded to interest income coming down. We've been taking advantage of very favorable rates. Like John mentioned, we've been leveraging two banks against each other to create competition, Union Bank and Bank of Ocean City. But the reality is, with the marketplace and the rates, that number is not going to be as favorable as it was the last year or two. So we took that number down to 100,000. And miscellaneous is basically some of your co-op monies that come in from Chop Tank and electrical companies and some other distributions that we received. And that number is fairly consistent with our 2020 budget as well. On the expenditure side, we have a reduction of approximately, I guess, $25,000. You can see the big makeup there. Our accounting fees are essentially flat. Legal fees we actually bumped up based on just our forward thinking and trending that we've seen there. So that's $150,000. Contract services we took down fairly significantly. This year we had BDK, of course, with our Lanza system. We think a lot of those fees are going to, pretty much all the fees are going away. We still have some lagging costs with that system being up and also still needing to get some data dumps and things like that. But generally that's going to be the North Star fees on an annual basis and some of your other IT costs.
So Steve, under contract services, you have computer services for $50K. Is that residual Lanza needs, or is that some North Star stuff?
That's residual Lanza.
Yeah, it's Lanza. At this stage, because this will come into play even when I talk about this current year, we do have, whatever's working on with North Star, there could be some stuff as capital.
Yeah, but good question. That's residual Lanza stuff. I guess the other big charge here is bad debts. $150,000 is what we have in there. You can see our number's been around 200. However, this year I do feel like we're going to be within that $150,000 budget that we put in there. So we felt comfortable moving that number into 21 as well for the write-offs. Insurance, we just went for our insurance renewal through the RFP process at the end of this previous fiscal year. Of course, we went with Dealey. We're able to save some money with the overall policies. Workers' comp was actually something that was really beyond, that's based on experience, of course. So that was something that went up fairly significantly. So some of the offset that we were able to get some savings on, was offset by the unfavorability in workers' comp. But you can see that's fairly consistent.
Does that include the medical insurance in here?
No, this is just your liability insurance one
I
here.
didn't think so, just one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, it's a good question. The medical insurance would all be in the payroll costs for each of the groups.
I do have a question on the payroll cost. When I go through it on all the budgets, it ranges from 13% up to 44%. And I'm just guessing that is some hits because of part-time workers that do not get it. And some do. Do we ever do a calculation that says just for full-time workers what the payroll cost is?
First of all, it's a good question. It's come up in the past. Definitely we should have highlighted it here.
Yeah. You're absolutely correct. I mean, it ranges. I mean, we do fairly detailed budget roll-ups that breaks down every position based on if they're getting the match, you know, in the 401k. So that obviously plays a role into it because it's, you know, up to a 3% match. And then, of course, anywhere from your family plan down to your single plan is, you're talking $10,000 worth of additional costs. So that really plays a big role into it. But yeah, we've looked at the full-time costs, averaging that out because we've had to submit that for grants and such, and it becomes 30-some%.
Yeah, it's usually between 34%, something like that.
Yeah, you know, and because we have small teams and small departments or whatever, so it depends on the mix of the person and where they are with the medical or whatever, and it could have a big effect. It's something we'll highlight in there, but it's an excellent question.
No,
No,
sorry. I'm assuming our medical is fully insured. We don't self-fund that at all.
No.
Yeah, as small as we are.
That's
we
correct. The
think
two
we-
companies I came from, it was self-funded.
Yeah,
correct?
yeah.
That might be for a
Self-funded
strategic
with a
planning team
reinsurance or
down the
something
road,
like
but
that,
right, it's
yeah.
not
But we're-
self-funded.
We're fully insured.
Fully insured.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry.
No, this is excellent. We should have highlighted it.
You know, as long as you mention it, there are really quasi-programs, mostly fully insured, where you can self-fund small pieces of your insurance. And the reason why I say that, when we did that, my last company, we were able to really find some savings by self-insuring small components of things, the deductibles and things like that. And so when you put them both together, it created a more favorable overall package, the way it's costed out. I don't know if our providers have offered anything like that to us before, as far as thinking out of the box.
So, I mean, as you know, we're funding bulkheads, drainage, dredging, replacements, buildings, and all that. Although I have come from two companies that we did do that, we could certainly review it or whatever. But at this stage, I think this is just where we should be. But definitely something to look at, especially if we can save money down the road.
Referring to the future, yeah.
Yeah, and we'll work with your team and the strategic planning team once they're set.
Very different from a fully self-funded. I understand there's lots
Right.
of risks in that, significant risks in that.
Right, one that
But this created a very capped risk for the company to look at self-funding a small piece of.
Okay.
How about a question?
John.
Do we have an insurance committee still in Pines? We used to have an
I'll answer. Go ahead.
We used to have an insurance committee that did nothing but analyze all our insurance needs. And it obviously got dissolved when the guy that headed it passed away.
Was that why?
I think so, yeah.
So first of all, I'm going to take that down, and that would be definitely a comment if you all want to include that, because I am a proponent of that. We are, I don't want to use the word lucky, but we're fortunate to have somebody, actually a board member now, who has 40 years background in insurance. And I'd certainly like to expand on that and utilize that. We have utilized him. Steve's got a very good background in insurance. So does Kathy, but I would definitely like to expand on that. And I would take that as a welcome comment from this committee, absolutely, to expand on it. I think it's important, especially the amount of money that we're spending on insurance. Absolutely.
One
No, George.
Franchise fees are right-of-way fees, but is Comcast going to have anything like that in the future, or is that, are we going to see anything like
Yes.
that next year, or is that
Actually,
gonna-
yeah, and actually, Steve and I talked about, when I got the binder, I looked at it, and, you know, we're looking at it like this. Obviously, now we have Comcast, we have two companies now. So we just took what we were getting in the past, and we said, okay, that might be split between the two companies. So the answer is yes. Right now, with the best of our knowledge, we're going to stay with a number that we've used and budgeted and forecasted against in the past.
Would it
Now
be
it'll be
in-
more of a combination.
Would it be an additional to this, or would it?
No, that's what I'm saying. I believe, you know, look, the population is kind of set here. And if anything, I hope to see it expanded, but right now, we're going to say that, you know, if one is getting more, maybe the other one's not. And
Well, that
we're
fee,
definitely studying it. We already are discussing it, and it's another good point.
that fee is part of our a monthly bill for the people. So you're either on Mediacom or Comcast, one or the other. So, yeah, I understand why it should stay level, yeah.
Right. Good points, hopefully part of your guidance, but we are looking at that.
Okay, then the other, I guess, major cost that hits your expenses is your personal property taxes. I just dropped in what we paid this past year, which was about $78,000.
So Steve, could you define a little bit what makes that up? Could you define that a little bit as far as personal property taxes?
So, I mean, that's all our property that we have, you know, and we get it from the beach club, anywhere around here. Any road locations. I mean, I can give you
Is it-
more of a
is it-
detailed breakdown of what that property consists of.
Is
It's
it-
basically a fixed asset.
Fixed assets, okay, and it's payable to what, Maryland?
Yes, to the state. Yeah, the SCNH actually prepares that for us, and that's part of their tax fee that you see up there in the accounting fees.
That's really,
On the depreciation side, John alluded to that going up. You can see what I guess roads actually goes down because we have some of that, the roads that we had fully depreciated coming off the books, but you can see, basically furniture and equipment is really the one that goes up, based on the additions that we've had the last couple of years. So, you can see our depreciation is a little bit over $2 million when you do include roads into it.
Oh, Joe.
Yeah.
So I just a couple comments I'm writing down. Steve, thank you. I think that was very thorough, and all the questions were right on point. I just wanted a couple things that I've talked about over the last couple of years. They certainly fall into this section of the budget, but I want to talk about legal expenses, the insurance, kind of George touched on what I was going to say, consulting fees, but especially on legal. As far as the change and what we're doing, and we're developing a whole, as you know, the org chart, job descriptions, the performance reviews, and just what I'll label as contemporary situations that we read about in the papers or whatever. And that's all I'm going to say there. The legal fees are going up. That is a part of this budget. Steve and I have reflected it here. We have monitored that. And I'm just saying, I'm going to call it contemporary situations. In no way is it the board or anybody else, at least not this sitting board. But this is part of doing business right now. The legal fees are going up. I anticipate it to go up more. Hopefully, we reflected it here. The insurance, obviously even more so on the medical side, but definitely with George's questions and BNF, we addressed that. The consulting fees, like anything else, and I've said this before to other committees over the course, probably back in the 90s, when somebody told me they gave me a budget to improve our software, our systems, and of course there should be efficiencies. And Steve and I are looking at that and what's projected over time. But high tech doesn't necessarily mean low cost. There are costs that are involved with that. Right now, I sincerely believe, as I sit here, that we will not, there are no surprises so far. I did mention that with the implementation, we had a budget around $400,000. We may come in a little above that. It's more for historical data and items that Steve and I believe we need. And also balancing, or I don't want to use the word juggling, but balancing an implementation during a period when we had many other implementations. I don't have a problem with that. In fact, I welcome it, but I'm just saying, keep in mind that we do believe there'll be efficiencies down the road. But again, there are other costs. Steve has developed, and we are developing an IT in-house, which started 2 years ago with the acting GM, made that decision to bring it in. I believe we're on the right track under Steve's management there, and the other Steve and Howard. So we are looking at that, and of course all these work groups, gentlemen here and everything, and Doug and all the volunteers we have. So just point on that. Somebody's texting me, I apologize.
Dick, I have one question. This is more just information, I guess. On the election costs, we've been budgeting $15K for several years. If we have to do a referendum at some point, there's no funding here to be able to pay for that.
Some guy in the desert.
Yeah, we had 25,000 in there this year, which we obviously will not use, but we just put it. That's a correct comment.
I assume we fund it some other way if we had to do it.
Or we can adjust it. We're open, to be honest with you. Any guidance.
when is the last time we did a referendum?
Yacht club.
Yeah, well,
6-7 years ago.
Look, obviously, I'm open to it. If that committee feels that we should budget something again, I'll call that under contemporary situations, and maybe I should have budgeted for it.
Well, it's kind of a wild card, you know, the history isn't there, but you could. I mean, you could be conservative and decide you're gonna do that. What does BNF think?
Well, I think that if I've been reading the papers, right, it's around $10,000 for.
Approximately, yes, that's
If
correct.
I've been reading everything right.
About right.
So you're talking about $10,000.
Well, if you have to do it before the election, can you combine them in one mailing, or is that not?
Highly recommend, not, you can't do it, not, you can do it, but it's not recommended.
So the guidance is,
Well, I'm not hearing an overwhelming reason to change what's on the
Yeah,
page here, so I think we support what's on the page.
Roll the
Okay.
dice and leave it out.
okay,
I would agree with that. I just want.
yeah, no, it's an excellent point, and certainly, Steve and I did discuss it, elected not to, but when it happens, it would be in effect, and obviously a negative variance on the budget when it does happen, if, and that's fine.
You
Thanks.
want to talk about your Fed budget?
Go ahead.
GM budget?
You always said.
What was this budget? I didn't hear that.
You're getting smart. Now, the GM budget, you can see that that's down expenditure-wise versus the 20 budget as well. Payroll is down. And the other big component that's down that we had in there was we had the salary study that hit there last in FY20 that we obviously will not need for this year. So you can see in contracted services, we took that down to 15,000. We do have and this is still rolled up here. I guess we could argue that this should go to the finance budget, but we have an ADP HR benefits module that we had in the GM's budget last year, which we left in because we have not implemented it. And we had some other contract service costs related to safety consulting that we wanted to do. And then we left the printing costs in there, which are just the normal production of our revisions for our benefits handbooks, safety manuals. And then they get hit with a small portion of the insurance based on the makeup of the building here and admin. So nothing too eventful otherwise, unless there's any specific questions on it.
So I just want to highlight on just Steve's opening, but if you look at the payroll costs, obviously that's a function of those costs being waived from in the past, and that's where there's a savings there as well as on the salary for the GM. But again, and a lot of it goes to Steve and his team as far as the contract services and where the efficiencies are there, and we definitely see it show up in this budget. Questions?
So the insurance is allocated throughout the whole
Correct.
packet here. Is it
Right.
based on head count, is it?
Well, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, it's based on which
The mix.
specific policy is applicable to the area. So, like for example, Marina has specific insurance on their docks and things like that. So for this, it's going to be more or less building costs that get allocated out from a property standpoint. So each property location would be applicable, like for yacht club and things like
So
that.
you're really trying to zero base it as much as you can, I guess.
Right, right. So we allocate it out as accurately as possible.
So wait, are we talking about the payroll, are we talking about the payroll costs too and the medical? And
Talking about the insurance lines, the
Insurance, building contents.
And he's talking about
Insurance.
liability
Right,
insurance. So
okay.
I think I answered it.
But the payroll
Based on
costs,
square footages.
And you said the workers' comp is under the liability insurance system, not payroll costs.
No, actually, workers' comp is under payroll.
Okay.
Yeah, I was alluding to it when we were down here, but it is lumped
It is.
in the payroll costs.
Steve, I assume the utilities are being allocated as well between the departments.
Correct, correct.
think it's okay. I think you gave me, that I was open. I see Doug's got a question for you.
Just, if you look at the next page under the insurance costs, it went down by 62.5%. Obviously, sort of, was there a significant event that caused that to drop that much? And are we comfortable with that number being, sort of, that'll meet our needs?
What page are you looking at?
The very next page.
The very next page.
This
The
one.
page right behind the one Steve was talking about has the detail on the medical.
FY '20 had 26K, FY '21 has 10K under insurance. Do they have this page?
What page you on?
They don't have,
Manager's office payroll.
Page
payroll.
Payroll.
No, we don't have
We got 2 pages here.
hold on. First of all, hold on. First of all, I want to apologize. When we said no payroll, we didn't mean this. They usually got this. So we're gonna have to get this. What we talked about was actual salaries. This they always receive.
Yeah, they don't do the salary stuff.
They always receive this schedule.
All right, so
I don't know.
let me ask you a question.
I'm sorry, John, have you, never received this
All we
schedule?
have is these 2 pages.
No, but I mean in the past, did you receive this?
I don't know what this is.
Honestly, I thought you did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they get it.
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah.
All right. It's
Yeah,
easily
summary
correct.
like that is fine, except obviously like in your case, there's only 2 people.
Yeah, and I don't care. I mean, mine, right, but that's what we meant
Yeah.
about the salaries. Let me get this quick, and
Yeah,
then we'll adjust accordingly for the other ones.
Yeah, you're obviously gonna need it for,
What's the easiest way to get it?
I knew we'd get to this point, so that's why.
Didn't mean to go up that.
All right, so apologies on that, easily corrected.
Yeah, see,
When we get a break, I'll get you those copies. Does that work?
Yeah, let me get this one quick while you're doing this, all right?
for each department.
Yeah, we'll get those, but I'll get this for,
Okay.
yeah,
For every department,
we're gonna get it
right?
for every department. Yeah.
Keep in mind, you can look at individual salaries on this page.
Yeah.
No.
You can?
Yeah, I mean, it breaks it out
Yeah, it
as
breaks it
executive
out.
secretary. and
Oh, okay.
And then change
By
it.
law,
we
they
put
have
it
to
in
be
there.
public.
I'm sorry?
By law, they have to be public.
That's the case.
Just the managers or all?
Number is sustainable.
All or all?
Significant decrease.
I mean, we
it's
always
good, but the
disclose
question
it.
is,
Yes.
are we, part of the
You do
mutual
have to
racing
ask
society
for it.
here?
You do have to ask,
You gotta ask.
Okay.
but if they do, they get it. It's stupid.
Momentary break, I can refill my coffee.
But even when you can see the salaries. I think that they're coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have.
Yeah, I wouldn't say.
We got real
That's probably
sensitive
due
about it at
to
one point.
But no, if you
Well,
go
a
to
couple of
finance, you
small
get the same situation. It's not the finance director's thing.
Yes, I traditionally, we have not given the BNF committee the salaries.
Okay.
That's, no offense, but that's been, so I understand why that's there, but
So
more of the other members need to
are we
know.
gonna stick with precedent?
All right, so let's, again, I'll put it on the, and John, I think we did have,
They did not get it last year.
They didn't get it?
John, just an FYI, that it's been a tradition that in these budget books, BNF and anybody else didn't get the salaries.
Did not.
They did not.
Okay, even
It
the
was
schedules?
by
2
design.
years ago, they did with Marty.
Okay, so let's do this. Look, I'm open to it, especially on this one since it's mine. I mean, I'll pass them around, but we
But
can
it's
talk
also
to the numbers. But certainly you're entitled, you being BNF, to whatever you want. I would ask you to listen to what Steve's saying as far as that, but look, I have to give you whatever you're asking for, but I think we can certainly handle the questions with these schedules if we don't. But I'll give BNF whatever they want. Hopefully we stay with what we've done in the past. All right, so Steve.
So I guess let's put the handout first.
To answer Doug's question, though, we are comfortable with that, Doug, because of basically the way we've landed in terms of insurance packages from the GM, and
Okay.
we got money.
All right, we don't have to get into detail,
Yeah.
just more or less, significant decrease
We're
like
good.
that. I want to make sure it's a sustainable number.
He was wondering if for the payroll cost, if we were okay, because it went down significantly.
Insurance.
Just the insurance side. Just the insurance.
On the
I
payroll.
mean, we're fine. We're fine. I mean, that's just a waiver, right?
Okay, we don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, that's a function, and I gotta look, it's out there in the press. So the GM, the current, the incumbent, whatever, waived the medical insurance, which we estimated would be a savings of over $20,000.
All right.
Okay.
Any other questions? Finance. Okay, so finance consists of finance membership, which would be our front desk operation with Ruth Ann. Of course, Ruth Ann is also responsible for collections and accounts receivable. HR is also now incorporated under finance. So Kathy Strajewski is our HR representative within this budget. And our IT function that John alluded to, our in-house Steve Grabowski, as well as Howard, who's our support personnel within IT, would fall up under the finance budget. From a total cost standpoint, down slightly, about $10,000. From a payroll standpoint, down $10,000. Excuse me. So no significant fluctuations really there. From a contracted services standpoint, you can see that the main costs there are processing fees for payroll. And we also have some maintenance plans from some of our hardware. 401k plan fees is what makes up the total 37,000. You can see payroll processing is roughly half of that 37,000. And then once again, insurance allocated out accordingly. You can see that building and contents, liability, and fiduciary are the three pieces that hit finance. That kind of alludes to Dick's question about what types of insurance. So we do break out the types of insurance there as well. I don't know if Dick said he read through the business plan, but I did include a business plan within finance here. I'm not going to bore you with going through the whole thing, but you can see that obviously a lot of the goals that I have in place, some of these are rolled forward from this year. You'll notice that they were there last year, but we do have stuff that has made, strides and headway in terms of specifically the financial software solution. We've been streamlining a lot of processes back there according to best practices, strengthening a lot of internal controls. I think we're in the right direction with our accounting manager that's, really has a diverse knowledge that she's bringing on board. She's a CPA, MBA. She's got all kinds of credentials, so she's really helped me out a ton with North Star, the accounting and whatnot. On the HR side, Kathy was in, she might actually come in to introduce herself at some point this morning, but she's got a whole wealth of HR experience that she brings to us. So I feel like we're putting a lot of good procedures in place on the HR side to protect us, as well. So you'll see a lot.
So from your comments,
Mhm.
I would gather that that's working well. Not only the position, but the general HR stuff
Mhm.
that we seem to be doing better than we have.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
I mean, that's-
I think Kathy's very busy, but she's also
Yeah.
functioning as a full HR, in a full HR capacity along with payroll. I think employees are comfortable coming to her. She's a great face for HR, and she's also utilizing our counsel for the more complex issues. So we still do use counsel for some of the more complicated things to reduce our liability, but she does have a lot of experience in a lot of things that we get into.
Well, when I was working, I had 3 full-time HR reps. And they were busy all the time with good stuff for the most part.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So I just want to jump in first of all, compliments to Steve and his team, but the HR department, you hear about a lot of the initiatives and everything, whether it's the construction and all the contemporary ones, but we are building that HR department to what I believe, or what we believe, Stephen, my vision of what Ocean Pines needs. Kathy is certainly a catalyst towards that. We've also moved some resource. Part of Michelle Bennett's role now will be as an HR general supporting that. As I mentioned earlier, job descriptions, performance reviews, interim performance reviews, org charts, all this neat stuff. Kathy's been a part of my daily day. I'm working with Kathy and Michelle now in her new expanded role. We have allocated resource to assist Steve as far as policies and procedures, which is another major initiative that you all hear about over the next year. We've already started on that. Toby's been moved on there as well as others, and we're working on that. So this is all stuff that you haven't heard about as much on the initiatives or my scorecard that you will be hearing about, and definitely is what's needed here in Ocean Pines. May not be able to show the effect on the budget, but I can tell you this, there is a savings going forward.
Good. On the overtime here, looking at this, going back to 2017, we're kind of consistent at looking around. Well, we did go up in 2018, but we have budgeted 0 for 2021.
There was, there's some reclassifications in terms of jobs going on there. Also, making, basically tasking our front desk with scheduling accordingly.
Some jobs went from exempt to non-exempt.
There was one.
Yes,
Okay.
There was one.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Non-exempt to exempt.
Just a curiosity question, on performance reviews with HR, do we do those on their anniversary date, or we do them all at the same time? Because that would affect the
All at the same time.
the changes that we're gonna have due to.
It's an excellent
Sure.
question.
Due to the study.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we do them all at the same time? What month do we do them?
Yeah, at the end of the fiscal year, so we coincide.
Okay, so anything, the adjustments that come forward due to the study will take
We'll
effect
take effect in the next fiscal year.
for a full year, okay.
Full year.
Right. So keep in mind, we are jump starting, and I've used that term for both Ted's drainage dredging. When I first came in, we're also, as far as I'm concerned, jump starting the performance reviews. We've already, at least I've done, and it's cascaded down, and we're working on the templates for it. We've given interim performance reviews, definitely everybody that reports to me, and it's being cascaded down. We're looking at everybody at once, open to guidance. I know you have a big background on it, George. Is that something you're accustomed to?
In my past experience, I've been with companies that do them both ways. They do them anniversary date and they do them all at one time.
Right.
The problem with all at one time is the HR and payroll is just
Right.
socked for, 60 days. They're trying to get everything put together and all that. But
Right.
at the end of the day, it doesn't really.
It may evolve to what you're saying, or staggered, but right now it's going to be all, it's at least this first year. But it may evolve the way you say.
So I just want to say that I applaud the addition of a professional HR person. I applaud the addition of a strong backup, or strong second lieutenant to you. I think both of those, although cost-wise they show their increasing cost, I guess when you look at actuals, it's about $409,000 to $492,000. But it's to me, it's money well spent. There's savings on the back end all throughout the organization that you don't see here. Particularly on the HR side, you see probably, you still need to go for HR attorney consultant throughout the year, but if you have a professional HR person, a lot of what maybe you've done in the past, you can do now in-house.
I guess to keep, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
And so I just think it's good to have a strong professional team. Adding those two positions, even though it's increasing costs, is important.
This committee's been recommending the HR and the IT full-time for years.
That's right, that's right.
In the budget,
I mean,
5-6 years.
For years, we've been recommending HR and IT.
The reason is because IT was in here in 2000.
okay. So first of all, one of the many reasons why I'm thankful that John O'Connor has agreed to continue in this role, because he brings a lot of history and certainly has been a help to me over the years, and I'm sure he is to Dick and everybody else. That HR position wasn't there for numerous years. John, myself, other budget, whatever, all wanted it. It's happened with this young man to my right. In addition, 2 years ago, when I was in here for that short period of time, Dave Stevens and others, Tom Herrick, heard when I said we need a higher level of HR, and we do have support that Kathy has and Steve and myself from the outside legal firm. His name is Mike Neary. He works for Jeremy, and he's obviously, you can call it an outsourced, whatever, but he helps with it. But yeah, I mean, it's in there. It's working well. It's definitely needed. Just, and I understand what you said, Dick, about as far as increasing cost. The cost actually for this department has actually gone down. But I understand with everything here.
I guess I was looking at
Yes,
the
let
actual.
Steve give you the detail, but.
Yeah, so I guess the thing I just wanted to point out was to keep in mind that it's not necessarily apples to apples. When looking at actuals, you'd have to normalize that because
Sure.
IT did not originally go in finance in 17, 18, 19. And so to really look at the 20 budgets, the number to really look at for comparison purposes. So really, our accounting manager and HR positions, even though we've got more technically sound people in there, because those positions were veteran people that got the benefit of increases. Yeah, so we're seeing the fact that we're not seeing a big jump there in those costs. So that's about all I have in finance.
It's money well spent.
Yes,
It really is.
Well, the end result is important.
That's,
Steve, thanks you also. Thank you. All right, Steve, what do you got? You're on.
All right. Is that all I got for finance, GM, and then what else are we supposed to talk about?
I think that's it. Mutual was consolidated in GM's office, general admin, membership, you talked about that.
For your own marketing.
You got finance, membership, and IT if you want to. If everybody is okay, we are ahead of schedule. I believe Steve is more than willing to jump into the next section, which is at 10:45. I'd like to keep going, but Dick, it's your call.
No, that's fine, we can keep going. Is it warm in here, or is it? A little warm?
No, but
Yeah.
Sunshine.
They said there's a little window down there that can be opened if you, I don't know if that helps.
That's it.
If you're all warm, I can go down 2 offices down and adjust the heat.
That'd be great.
Okay. Michelle's not gonna be pleased, but, that's on our maintenance for 2000.
You have authority to do that. Keep up all those finance numbers.
I thought it was a hot budget.
Does he have the authority to mess with the thermometer?
Yeah, I guess he does because he is the GM. He's probably one of 3 people in the place.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Hello,
Good morning.
Step. See. Thank you.
so we just talked about you, Kathy.
Uh-oh. My ears were burning.
it was good.
Good. Yay.
This is Kathy, she's our HR.
Very nice to meet all of you.
Nice to meet you, Kathy.
Glad to be here.
Well, you're not gonna get to sit there. You gotta get up by the head.
Actually, I think it is Michelle said you can open a window over here or something.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Barely.
Where's my
Oh, it's right behind us. Yeah, it's the door window. All right, so probably in the next budget or whatever, there'll probably be an adjustment for the thermostat. The whole side of the building is in one spot.
That's the sun.
Yeah, plus it's the sun in here with those.
Yeah.
You can leave the door open. Yeah, leave it open, leave it open.
Some air moving.
Get some of the hot air out of here.
So,
There is.
okay, so to get it back on track, because I really believe we can do this and possibly, if it's okay with Dick, it'd be enough in 2 days, but, we did say we'll roll right into the 10:45, right? Everybody's good with that. But with that, Kathy, just want to introduce Kathy Strudowski.
Close enough. Sure, yes, Steve.
Sure, yes,
Yeah.
so, sorry, I apologize. But Kathy, we talked about the HR and your role and situation there, and if there's anything, Steve, you want to ask Kathy or whatever, I appreciate that you came in.
Yeah, I mean, opportunity to ask Kathy any questions, as I mentioned, she's taking the reins on the role, and we're working hard to, create new best practices and procedures in HR. She's got a wealth of experience from was the prior, our company that you were?
A Priority Worldwide.
Okay.
I did international.
International shipping and stuff, so.
So if you have any questions for Kathy, or Kathy, if you just want to get to a level on what we're doing for performance reviews, job descriptions, work chart,
Yeah.
anything else, but if anybody has any questions for Kathy, she's here.
Okay.
Also, I thought it was really good that we introduced you to Kathy. Any questions for Kathy?
So I guess Kathy, you were heavily involved in the job description, that was your initial?
Yes, sir. Yes, it's something that I've been doing for years, but we felt it was important. We're really trying very hard to provide transparency so that our employees are aware of their job description, what they are due to do in their roles, so that they have an understanding. And then in line with that is also the performance evaluations, so that both are similar, so that when they come in, there's no surprises, making sure we're having one-on-ones with the employees, so they can be prepared when they come in for their reviews. A new rating schedule that allows them to be rated a little bit broader, so they can have an opportunity to increase their skill level. So I think everything is positive. We're trying to educate the employees, make them feel part of their review. So that's what we're trying to do at this point.
That's all going to come ahead in coming May, I guess.
Yes. Yeah. But we're gradually educating the employees so that they can be aware when May comes.
It makes a huge difference when the employees are involved, as opposed to the object of receiving a review. At Intel Corp, the first draft of the review is written by the employee. It tends to be a pretty good focus. It's then heavily edited, possibly, by managers up the line. So it's not like they get to write their own review, but they do get to write the first draft. And what happens is this notion that you forgot about this really important thing I did, those tend to go away. Because if it happens, get a mirror. You wrote it, and I have added things to reviews that employees forgot. And I have taken things off reviews that employees put on and I did not agree with. So you have a lot of freedom when you do it, and a lot of the bad criticisms tend to diminish or go away, and it becomes a process where everybody, including the employee, or especially the employee, is participating. And it makes a huge difference. Now, when I was working, I had 3 HR reps full-time, Europe, US, and Asia. And they were invaluable. The other piece of advice I would offer is it's good to wait for HR to suggest stuff, but you don't have to do that. And if you see something that should be addressed, you can address it. And they were forever coming to me and say, "We've got this program you want to do, we want you to do." And I would go, "We already did that." And it makes a better streamlining of the operations. And occasionally they would come and they had good suggestions, and we take them. But you want to make, it's not a legal partnership, but it's an operational partnership out of it.
Right. It helps the employees understand that it is a relationship. That
Right.
the company is responsible for certain things and the employee is responsible for certain
That's
things. Right.
And it tends to counter the them and us attitude that can develop around performance reviews. And if they have a chance to write it, I can't tell you how important that is.
Yeah, Jeff, I can tell you that is actually part of the process. I think the company I came from probably had the same HR consultants as Intel did, because a lot of what you said is where I came from. Just bottom line is this, the position, the GM position with the hiring by Steve of Kathy certainly makes my, as GM, situation a lot easier with all the change that I want there. and what we're striving for. Kathy and others within the team certainly are enablers to get us there. And again, it's something that you may not see as a cost plus or minus, but I guarantee within everything and over the course of time. As Jeff mentioned, I think it's well worth it. So definitely an enabler. Thank you, Kathy. Okay, balls in your court, Dick. Are we okay to move on to 10:45 agenda?
Yeah, let's,
Unless you have more on this.
look. And so
Thank
you're
you,
looking to go to
appreciate it.
finance membership IT, is it?
So we're all done.
Well done.
All done.
So Steve's got nothing else on there, unless anybody else has any questions on it while Steve is here. Otherwise, we're gonna go to public relations and marketing, 11:30, and then hopefully take a break while I try to get John and Andre to see if they're available to come in earlier. Steve will come back for food and beverage. We will not have anybody here from Mad Art. We don't believe it's necessary. Steve, in his role, expanded role, is covering that.
So do you want to take a break now and then see if you get Andre and,
I'm okay if we can get Julie and go right into it and then take the break. In the meantime, I'm gonna go and ask Michelle to bring them in at. It's a good time. Kathy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, what time is it now? 10? I'm gonna see if I can get them in 10:45, which will have us also a break. I don't believe the public relations marketing is gonna take that long.
Okay.
All right, so let me do that while Julie's coming in.
Okay.
And then we'll adjust accordingly if you're okay. Food and beverage, you can certainly come back 10:45. John will probably go to 11:30. You think you need more time for that, or you think you need to be in the afternoon? I'll also try to get the
Oh, okay.
I mean, food and beverage would be-
All right, let me, just give me a minute, Julie, actually, Julie, if you can sit here.
Yep.
We'll take this, Steve. And you can start off. I'll be right back.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Public relations and marketing.
All right, so what's the plan here?
So Julie, if you want to take the lead, and that's the plan of delivery here?
Certainly. So the Public Relations and Marketing Department's budget has really been, the focus in creating the budget was really to talk to the amenities and departments and see what sort of marketing efforts they found most helpful. So, when you see numbers here, it's really been with the input of those departments to see what kind of support they need. And then, and some of those items specifically are at their request. For example, the yacht club for their banquet and wedding business has suggested subscriptions on the Knot and Wedding Wire because a lot of their leads come from the website. So, the budget was really developed in partnership with all those different departments. We were able to save a fair amount of money on printing and mailing costs. I know there have been some previous discussions about making the newsletter. And
Can I bring you up to the top, though?
sure.
Talking about grants, could you describe to us what the grants are?
Sure. So that's an ongoing grant that we have received from Worcester County Tourism. We're hoping to use that to sort of offset some of our activity guide costs, but that's something that we've received from them in the past, and we expect to receive that in the future. Is it more helpful for me to kind of go down line by
that'd be great.
line?
That'd be great.
Okay, very good. So advertising sales, that's money we get from ads in the newsletter, and a fair amount of that offset the costs of printing and mailing and distributing the newsletter. We have seen an uptick in the past couple of months in advertising revenue. I think the content of the last couple of issues, the winter newsletter will be out within the next couple of weeks. We just sent it to the printer last week. So the online version should be within a day or two, and the print version should be mailed out within a couple of weeks. I think the quality of the content has, we've seen already an increased interest from advertisers. So that's what that number is, and that's why you see we had sort of a drop. I think there was a decrease in contact with advertisers. I think there was a decrease maybe in the quality of the content on the newsletter, but it's trending upwards, and we expect that to continue.
Okay, so we have maybe some upside there, that's great.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think, I mentioned the postage and printing, those costs where we were able, those costs reflect the mailing of the activity guide and the quarterly newsletter. So that's a total of 6 publications throughout the year. We know there's been some discussion about making the newsletter an online publication. We really talked about it within the department and, with the general manager, that having that as a print publication, because that's one of the few documents that goes out to the entire Ocean Pines membership. We really think that that's an important expense to keep in there, because so many people in our community especially may not necessarily be online, although of course the newsletter is available online. The activity guide is available online, but for now we feel it's really important to make that a print publication to ensure that everyone receives it, everyone gets a chance to look at it. And again, I think that helps with our advertising revenue. And I can certainly tell you from personal experience that when we talk to prospective advertisers, the fact that this is the only publication in the area that's mailed to every Ocean Pines property owner, as well as every Ocean Pines resident, I think it's a worthwhile expense.
Oh, without a doubt. I think it's it's a high quality document. I think it gets to everybody. And I think that alone, if you're looking to increase your advertisement money, the $10K you're spending there extra is going to, most of that will probably, or some of that will be reimbursed by more advertisers.
Absolutely. And we were able to, for the first time, we issued an RFP for printing and mailing costs. So we were able to bundle that. So we have one company who will be printing all of our publications this year. And that saved maybe around a couple $1,000s in issue. So by bundling that, we were able to get a better price. And the postage and printing is basically pretty much what they offer. They were the best bid. So we split those costs equally, which is why those two amounts are both $25,545 for the printing and supplies. We just took what they offered and split it in half.
I have a question about that. Maybe that was a typo.
Yeah, no, that was because they didn't break it down because those costs certainly would not be identical, but because they didn't break it down in their proposal, that's how we put it into the budget. And then, our other major expense, of course, is promotion and marketing. And like I said, we've really let the amenities and the departments be the guide as far as what they need. So we have found that print advertising in this particular market works pretty well. So we have focused a lot of our dollars on newspaper advertising. We are looking at doing some targeted website advertising for the yacht club. This is sort of a pilot program. It's not something we've done before, but that amount is in the promotional and marketing, the promotion portion of the budget as well.
Julie, that number is significantly down from prior years. Where are you guys saving? Where saving those costs?
TV and radio advertising. So there was a pretty significant portion of the budget in the past that was spent on that. We haven't seen any derived benefit from that. And again, we've talked to the amenities and we've let them tell us what works for them. So, for example, we sort of test ran some Facebook marketing because the venues suggested maybe that would be something to try. It didn't really result in any leads for them. So that's not something, we'll do again. And so the web marketing that we're going to try with the venues to target some specific markets that the banquet and wedding portion of the yacht club is trying to reach. We let them, sort of dictate the regions that they thought would be particularly helpful. And so again, we've let them be the lead on that. But I don't think we've gotten any, we didn't feel that there was really any benefit from TV and radio advertising, not for this particular, not for our amenities.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just and not a major issue at all, but under 504 contract services, you've got a website hosting at D3 for, it says $350 a month. So but the number here is 1,200, but 350 times 12 is 4,200. So
It's a typo.
that's a typo. All right, and then the second part of the question would be, I would assume this expense can go away once we advertise all of that stuff on the website that's going to be part of the North Star project, right? So at some point that expense will dissolve.
Right,
Correct.
we assume so. And we do still, for example, the yacht club has its own separate website. The cost to host that is very, very minimal, but there's still a little bit of money in there in case we have some incurred costs, but you're correct. I mean, the D3 will go away once the new website goes live.
So for the yacht club, we have some advertisement through your group, and they do some promotion through their.
We're pretty much doing the advertising for them. Yes, it all filters through us. I mean, they do some, we have social media sites. They'll do some posting on there, but by and large, it's filtered through the marketing public relations.
Is the yacht
department.
club advertising part of the overall advertising for golf and everything else, or is it separate, just for the yacht club?
No, it's part of our budget,
Oh, no,
the
I mean
marketing budget.
But I mean like the actual advertising itself. Is it just for the yacht club, or does it cover all of those points?
I think mostly when we're talking about marketing for the yacht club, it's specifically for the yacht club. But there are some times when we do an ad that might encompass several amenities or several things.
And my next question would be, do we allocate that cost back to the yacht club as an expense item? The answer to that is no. Okay.
I'm sorry to hear it, but Dave,
I was asking if we specifically advertise for the yacht club, is that expense allocated back to the yacht club? And the answer was no.
The answer is no. And that's across the board. We do not allocate back the marketing expenses, which have been lowered here. Golf, however, golf does get charged. As I pointed out when I was on BDF, the golf budget that John Malinowski will present this morning encompasses, I think, somewhere around $60,000 of marketing expense. So if I make it consistent and take out the marketing expense in golf with everything else and apply it to the public relations marketing, that would be a favorable variance of golf of $60,000, probably make it break even.
Well,
But I don't do that.
I mean, the reason for my question is that obviously John Malinowski doesn't work on a profit commission like the yacht club does,
We got you.
Right.
And I'll answer that, and that's, first of all, it's an excellent question.
And when we get to the yacht club.
But right, and we'll touch it out even again. First of all, an excellent question. When I redid the contract, with a new contract, marketing, part of the agreement was we would market the yacht club separate, and it would not be a P&L effect. But the marketing expense has been drastically cut from a year ago for that. So, and it was not applied last year. It has never been applied.
Okay.
So nothing different was done there. It was never applied to the yacht club marketing expense. So last year, when we spent probably, how much for yacht club? 45,000 for marketing. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. That was not applied either. And this year, it's nowhere near that number. But Josh? So we didn't do anything different, but that was part of the contract negotiation, was that we would continue not to apply marketing expense there, but it's way less.
Part of the contract.
Exactly, it's way less, and that's what it was before.
Well, always you always talked about the biggest opportunities for banquets were basically weddings and other banquets, and I guess that's part of where you would spend some marketing money, where we are spending some marketing money. Are we doing anything that's doing anything to try to create a higher volume of weddings or banquets, specifically in the marketing area? Do you have any plans to target?
Yeah, that's that's part of the website. We have $9,200 for targeted internet advertising for the venues at Ocean Pines. So that's the wedding and banquet business, and that money will be dispersed over May, July, August, November, December, and January, because those are the months that the Yacht Club team has said, that's when they're looking to attract banquet, and that's when people are looking for banquet and wedding business, and targeting the markets of Frederick, Hagerstown, Harrisburg, York, and Pennsylvania, and then Salisbury. So again, that's with input from them. They're working with the weddings and banquets. They know where their target audiences are, so we've really let them be the guide. There is also some money allocated for, specifically speaking to your question about the banquets and marketing, the subscription to Wedding Wire and the Knot. We also have a wedding show. It's $500 for the Delmarva Bridal Showcase. So, and we've asked the Yacht Club team if there are other, there are some areas that we spent money on in the past, some advertising, and they've said, no, we don't need to do that anymore. It didn't prove to be helpful. So they've really focused in on these areas. These are the advertising opportunities that they think will be most beneficial.
Are we seeing an uptick in weddings? What are we seeing?
I'm not sure. I don't know what their numbers are, Josh. I don't know if that's.
We'll cover that. We'll cover that in food and beverage, which Steve will do. That's coming up next in the morning. We'll get into that. Okay. Any other questions for?
Two numbers questions for you guys. In the business plan that advertising sales appear to be trending upward, but we're budgeting exactly what we did last year. You don't feel like you could increase that number a bit if you're anticipating some additional sales?
I think we only have a couple of issues right now to go by, with the change in the direction of the department. We're only looking at the summer and the fall and the summer, fall, and then winter issues. So I think maybe it was premature to totally say, but we're seeing a trend. So I would think next year, if that trend continues, we'd be able to be more confident.
I appreciate the conservative estimate on that. The other question was their payroll costs are doubled from last year's actual. Is that a good number you guys are?
Yeah, so, and again, like I discussed, but first of all, very good pickup. As I discussed before, that's more of a mix on who's in the department and what they picked. Obviously, you can see, I'd rather use myself as an example than others, but just if I had elected to take medical, it might have even been higher than what the prior person. So it's a mix on who's in the department, but it's like anything else. If I look at the overall, it doesn't have an effect, but it's the mix on the department.
John, along those lines, every department pretty much has the same thing in it, where the payroll costs are a lot higher, but that all goes along with what you were talking
Correct,
about.
medical inflation.
You've got everything
Exactly.
going on. So that's going to be a cost of the whole book, pretty
Correct.
much.
You're right, John, absolutely.
All right,
Good
thank you.
pickup, yeah. That's excellent. That's all. Anybody, anything else for Julie? Julie, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so it's a good opportunity. That's one example where Julie just stepped in and pretty much took control. This is the type of team we have this year, probably had for a long time, that anybody could step in at any time with the backup, the reallocation of resource that I've spoken about, the bench strength that we're doing on everything. Everybody is involved. There's no such thing as silos anymore where only one person knows numbers or whatever. And I think you'll see that over the course of the week. Okay, so I did, let me just give you a stick if it's okay. We're right now at 10:22. I've asked John Malinowski and Andre to come at 10:45. John's definitely going to be here. He's trying to reach Andre. So we hope to have that at 10:45 so that we keep this flowing without big gaps. We will have the lunch come at 12 o'clock, Michelle's telling me, so there probably will be a break earlier. But The lunch, she said she'll have it here at 12, hopefully a little earlier. Lunch break is a half an hour, as it's always been. At 12:30, I'm gonna ask Steve Phillips to come back to do food and beverage. Madwat will not be here, or Ralph, but I can tell you that Steve and even myself, there is, we can take care of that. If there is something, that they will definitely follow up with us. So Steve will present at 12:30. I'll be here also on that. I just spoke to the chief, Lou Michelle, the chief, the fire department. He'll be here at 1:15 versus 2 o'clock with Steve. All right, and Steve, I'm gonna ask Steve Phillips to be here along with myself for that. So hopefully with that said, instead of wrapping up at 3, hopefully we wrap up at 2 today. All right, and I'm here to answer questions, and so is Steve or anybody else. Bob?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Last year in the book, we got a sheet that showed number of employees per department with full-time equivalents calculated
FTEs.
to show you
Yes.
what changes, but I didn't find that this year.
Yeah, the reason was just because of the reconciliation. I thought I included more detail than that, but, I mean, I did not honestly prepare that one. I can do
Does
that.
this committee want us to have it?
Well, I think we should at least try to understand the increases in the headcount.
That's fine. That's fine, there's not increases, but that's fine. Let me talk to Steve afterwards, and we'll definitely have it. It's not a problem, I can tell you this, at least I'm missing some, there's no increases.
Right.
If there is, it somehow passed me. But we'll get that for this committee, absolutely.
John, just a question, that you've been talking about your team and everybody stepping up. Are we doing succession planning for?
That's excellent. There is succession planning. Steve probably at home, my direct reports could probably tell you part of their goals and objectives, and same with Josh. It goes across the board that I want to know who the number 2 is. Absolutely. And you just saw an example right there where Julie was able to come in and we worked, we didn't have to work with her, but certainly the exposure, but yes,
Yeah, you've got some quality people, and
absolutely.
what are we gonna do to build that, so in the future
Absolutely,
we.
across the board, people being cross-trained, people stepping up. It's not just 1 or 2 that have come to me, spoken to HR or whatever, they're looking for more, yeah. That's what I want to be, it's what I've always been part of.
So maybe this is a good time.
21st century.
Very important.
You have a question?
No, I just meant,
Yeah,
at the end of the 21st century.
I mean, I saw it being on this committee, or even though they couldn't talk to employees or whatever, we need to keep that in mind, but I just saw that it seemed like there, even when I first came in, there was silos. Look, I'm not knocking anybody or anything, it's just stuff I saw in the 90s, or probably Jeff or George or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not pointing at anybody, but it's certainly something that has changed here, and the mindset has changed. We're cross-training people. At the end of the day, it's not just about backup or bench strength, but what I found in my own career, and I'm sure others sitting here, is that the more training and the more experience once I was outside of my silo, the more valuable I was, whether for that company or outside. And I happened to work for a company that was bought out by a hedge fund or whatever, if not 2. But quite honestly, each time I had more opportunities. And that's what I'm striving for here. And I have the buy-in from the team.
I was told on my first job, if I come out of service, you can't get promoted till your replacement knows what you're doing. So that's kind of incentive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard it one time going way back, you stay in that job and do well in 15 years, you'll be made a manager like he was. And I was like, whoa. I think you all heard that. That was back in the 80s. I was like, okay.
The payoff for this occurs when something happens and a key manager steps out.
Right.
Okay? It could be a planned thing, it could be hit by a bus. The payoff comes when you look back at the organization and see what happens there. And the good ones, they don't even miss a step. It's just Fred takes over and it's like they're not gone. And that's the goal that you want to get with this, some percentage of that, the biggest percentage we can stand, some percentage of that, so that when the inevitable happens, the place keeps running.
Right. So while we're waiting for John, why don't we take a break here, use facilities, have some coffee. and snack, and
That's
then
up to you,
we'll,
Dick, yep.
And we'll pick up when,
Steve has some things to follow up. I will sit here if anybody has any questions, of course, as usual. My team in here, Dick, your team, you all ready? 10:45.
My team was.
Okay, my team's right here. We just get them chairs. Andre, you can sit here, take this chair. John, if you just grab a folding chair next to me. John, Julie was just in here, so that's a tough act to beat.
I've been married to her for 23 years. I'm very well aware of that.
All right, everybody knows John Malinowski. He's our general manager of golf, and Andre is our superintendent of golf. They are taking care of our golf course. They will go through the budget today. There's also a business plan. I know you all received the business plans, as some of you have spoken to me this morning. John's and Andre's is actually evolving as we speak. I wanted more quantified business plans. There's a lot going on down there. And John or Andre will talk to you about it, as well as the maintenance, which is a big part of it. And certainly, if you've been down at that golf course like I have just recently, and even though it's the winter months, the sand traps, the greens, best I've seen, especially in the winter. If anybody wants to debate it with me, that's fine, but I know what their teams are doing there. Obviously, we don't have a building, and you all know better than anybody that Turns Grill actually is showing a profit. So that's a compliment to their team. John's handing out the business plan, which he will talk to you about. Somebody just mentioned to me, in addition, there's a lot of work in the winter that Andre's team is doing as far as taking down trees. That will also help us as far as maintenance and leaves and just improve the golf course. Just one of the many items that him and his team are doing. I talked about as far as my teams, as far as backup, as far as cross training, I can tell you that Andre, more than anybody, is working with his team and the resources, and whether we stretch out and get somebody from Public Works who will be that's under Andre's expertise and training for spraying, so that we have a stronger team and more bench strength going forward. One other thing I want to highlight, I received an email, this is all part of the budget process, where Public Works needed some assistance, whether it was 2 weeks ago, on maintenance or mechanical situation, and Andre's team was right there to assist. That's a savings to Ocean Pines, compliment to Andre, who was in his team, and it goes both ways, same thing with Public Works. So that's what's been instilled here, and you've certainly seen it. All right, so with that, you don't want to hear from me, we want to hear from our golf pro and our superintendent. So John, if Dick doesn't have anything, you can start.
Good. Hi, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
So I guess we're going to talk about golf today. So I passed out. I got one.
I didn't know, Jeff.
No keyboard in the meeting. So I got 20 copies. Okay, no, that's okay. So I guess we'll just kind of start at the beginning there. If you flip over the first page, I know it's about 10 pages, so although we did print front and back to save some money.
It's good.
Essentially, you know, we our markets, we got public, residents, people that come down to the resort for vacation. So we've got a lot of different segments and categories that we try to hit. I tried to lay it out in a good outline for you so you can kind of understand it. I know most of you we've dealt with in the past. I think there's some new people on the committee there. But obviously, we're trying to acquire new customers, get them to play here, get them to return. So if you start on the first page, really kind of broke it down with our pricing. That's obviously the first thing. We're in a market where we have 20 golf courses within about 35 minutes. So that's a pretty tough and competitive market there. One of the best things we have is the name, the designer, Robert Trent Jones. We're the only one here on the Eastern Shore, and that's obviously one of our biggest taglines, and it's a great big draw. So we've got our price list there. You can see in the chart. For the most part, it hasn't changed. Our resident rates, we've kept the same. We think it's a pretty fair rate. We've got a lot going on at the golf course this year with construction, clubhouse, cart barn. We've got some new drain stuff that Andre and his crew are working on. So we felt that was a very fair price. We did change on the left-hand side. You can see some of the yellow pricing. That's where we changed it. Those were the days where we had high volume for non-member, non-resident play, and we thought that those would be a good price point. We can make some extra money there because essentially we were basically full on days where we had 230, 240 rounds. You know, the line was long, so we felt $5 to $10 more during that time would help us out and help our bottom line out. Any questions about that aspect right there? So you heard from marketing, PR marketing a little while ago. We've got a lot going on with that. We deal with TV shows, radio stations, newspapers, magazines. We'll get to more marketing in the end, but that's how we're going to kind of get the word out about our golf course, both pricing wise, what we have to offer, conditioning, and all of that. And that's year round. It's not just in the season, it's year round. Right now we're pushing hard for the spring, and actually, believe it or not, next fall we're already pushing for that. So with people that come in the resort, not just in the summertime, but also in the fall, we get a lot of golf packages. You know, buddies come down and play 3, 4, 5 days, and we're hitting those areas hard. And our markets, believe it or not, goes out west to Pittsburgh, as far up into Canada, and then also Virginia, Maryland, you know, DC, New Jersey's a big one for us, Philadelphia's a big one for us, New York, Connecticut, so everywhere in between. We had started getting a lot of people, actually, believe it or not, from northern New York, Syracuse area, were coming down over the past year or so. So our market's really, it's very, very broad, very vast, and keeps us busy,
John,
which is good.
just quick, on the rates,
Mhm.
you compare these against these other 20 clubs in the area?
Yeah. So we're kind of right in the middle.
Okay.
We view our golf course. It's kind of middle to high tier golf course, but our rates are pretty right in the middle there. So there's a lot of higher tier rates, and what we're trying to do, we try to think of just a fair, keep ourselves in the competition and not overprice ourselves, and that's where we're at right now.
So, and I actually jump in there. In my role as GM, during the busy time when we had outside play, I made it a point of being down there on the turn to talk to the golfers as they made the turn and plenty of them had plenty to say about our golf course and our prices. And that's when I sat down with John and said we have to look at our pricing. And John has a lot of expertise in this and background, which you'll see. They commented that it was a challenging course. It was a really good course. Robert Trent Jones. We compared the price that we paid versus the other 2 or 3 golf courses here, and John has adjusted accordingly on that. We will continue to look at that, but I'm very comfortable with what John's saying with his background.
That was a good question, Steve. So that's our pricing. What else do we have here? Yeah, so with marketing, so we've got a couple things, going on. I talked about, one of the biggest things we have going on is with some of the TV shows. So we were with fishing, with Hooked on OC, which is a fishing show. I don't know if you guys have seen it or not. One of our former employees, Scott, used to be assistant pro, is the main host on that one. And then also Endless Golf, which Bobby Vermillion runs. And that runs all the way out west to affiliate up into Long Island. So we have a big market there, as well as actually Florida. I got a call from a friend in Florida that saw us on TV. So, but that runs year round. So when it first runs, we'll have like a 2-week segment, and then they'll go to another golf course. But all winter long, they run those all winter long. We're on daily in Ocean City. I think we're on 4 times a day in Ocean City. During the channels at all the hotels, and on Comcast, I think, is the provider for there. So, and we get a lot of business out of that. So they come out, we play 2 holes, we talk about the golf course, talk about some of the specials, we get to showcase what Andre and his crew have done on the golf course and the conditioning, and that's a big marketing thing for us. We also partner with Ocean City Golf Getaway, which is a co-op marketing group where all the golf courses and hotels pool their monies together, and that's the biggest marketing for golf in the whole area there. So the town backs up. They throw a lot of money in as well. With that, we go to golf shows where we're talking about our golf course packages, and we've got them in DC, Pittsburgh, Philly, New Jersey, New York, Actually, there's 3 in Canada. We don't go to all of those, but with Golf Getaway goes to all of those, and then we usually go to 3 to 5, depending on where they're at in the time frame in the wintertime. Couple big things, this year, one of the biggest things we're getting ready to hit here soon is obviously the grand opening of the new clubhouse. We're very excited about it. I know I spent a lot of time talking with the golf packagers and the hoteliers about it, and they're excited about it. Once we get just a little bit further along, where we're not doing the sprinklers and things can fall on people's head, we're going to give them just a little bit of a tour so they can see. They're also going to promote it, and they're very excited because last year, obviously, with May and then this fall, we didn't have a clubhouse, so they're looking forward to pushing that for us as well, and it's nice having that kind of partnership with them. A couple tournaments that we're going to have in conjunction with the new clubhouse opening up. We're going to have kind of like a grand opening of the clubhouse and a golf tournament, and working through that. We've got a sponsor for that. Also trying to get. I'm working with the PGA to in June or early July to have like a pro-am event here where we have 18 to 20 golf pros and then 20 teams, and the reason for that is that's the best marketing we can do actually, is where we get golf professionals, and we also get their members to come out and play our golf course. And these are the guys that are going to come down in the summertime. They bring their families down, and that just helps us with marketing. They also do golf packages as well. But I did one, I think it was 2014 or 15, I had done one, and we had golf pros from New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, all the way out to Western Maryland come over. And it was huge, and that was just a great way to reintroduce the golf course after a few years of construction, and to show the stability of everything. And that's helped us out because there's still guys that come back that played in that tournament. They had never played here before, and they come back with their buddies on golf packages. So we're looking forward to that too. Bless you.
Are you talking about like clubhouse pros coming?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Any big name pros?
Not tour pros.
Okay.
Not yet.
None bigger than mine. Can't let it long. So we'll also do a couple other tournaments, throughout the course of the year. But we also have, I don't know, not everybody probably, but anyone that's familiar with golf, there's that Eastern Shore Golf magazine. Well, they also have that Eastern Shore Golf Tour. They call it Tour on the Shore. Now there's a nationwide tour that's sponsored by Under Armour. It's the same gentleman does that, but we host day one of their national championship. So we're getting a lot of marketing all throughout the country. I mean, they go everywhere. Out to California. Not that anyone's going to come here from California, but especially in the region, we talk about New Jersey, Philadelphia, and all that. They host regional qualifying sites there. We're going to host, I believe, June 26th was the first day of the tournament. We hosted it last year without a clubhouse, and they were very impressed with everything. They're very excited about this year with the clubhouse being open. In fact, they even started advertising the sketch that we had of what it might look like. They started throwing that out there with their flyers. So they're excited about that as well. Now, internally, we do a lot of marketing with our our website. That's a big one, and that's kept up with our marketing and PR department. Primarily, Julie ends up doing that. So she maintains our site, which is oceanpinesgolf.org, as well as I think there's some information on oceanpines.org, but I believe it kicks over to the golf website. Along with that, we deal with Golf Now, teeoff.com, and there's I think there's 8 different online booking engines that we deal with. So and they all market that as well. So that's also helping us get the word out. And so we're trying to get Ocean Pines out as many places as we can, and make it as easy as possible for people to book our golf course and get on. And all of these companies can do that. I think anyone that shops online or wants to go somewhere, everybody looks at reviews and everything. So we respond to every single review that we get, whether it's on Google, Facebook, Golf Now, Yelp, whatever. We respond to everything on that, good or bad. It doesn't matter. I wish we could say we were perfect all the time, but we're not. But we'll respond to every single one of them. And I think that's important. We don't just respond to the good ones, and we don't try to get rid of the bad ones. I mean, we want it out there. Certainly there's some hiccups, and we've dealt with them. And I think we take ownership of it and kind of move forward. And we've done well. Our online presence is pretty good. I think it was like 3.8 8 or 9. It was right around 4 stars. You know, we're not a 5-star facility. I think we can be, but certainly the facilities weren't up to par, and that was one of the biggest things we were getting knocked on was the facilities that we had. A lot of, you know, you walk in and smell. So we don't have to deal with that anymore. So we're looking forward to going forward with that. So that's a big part of all the new. I guess that's for everything, I should say. I know I'm jumping a little bit here, but our marketing. So it's not just for people that don't live in Ocean Pines. You know, we also our database, just our golf database. We have I think it's 14,912 names in just our Ocean Pines golf database, plus whatever we do with Ocean Pines, and then between Ocean City Golf Getaway and some of our other packages, we have another 100,000 names that we market to. Not all of them are all out. I mean, I know some people, John, you probably get some of the emails, you know, being a local person. I know Brian does. We've talked about that in the past. So we're hitting everything. Our residents, people that live locally, people that live in the region and throughout.
So if I could just jump in here, and John touched on it, it's not just about the outside play. A big part of it is the Ocean Pines members of the association. A lot of times we hear about how many memberships we sell, but John has told me, and we've tracked it, and I'm going to ask Bob Kessler also, I know he tracked it, how many households from Ocean Pines Association members play the golf course? I'll take either one.
I'd say 1,500 to 1,700.
1,700. I've heard up even over 1,800. So there's 1,700. We'll use Bob's number. We do track it. I know Bob does. There's 1,700 households, which can have multiple people playing from the household. So there are a lot of players, not just 50 from Ocean Pines playing that golf course. Am I safe to say that, Bob, is an independent? Thank you.
And that's where you know those resident rates we talked about in the front. That's where that helps out. I mean, we do believe that whether you call a member or resident, you know, they should get a break here. I mean, I believe they are a member. I mean, assessment covers every amenity around here, and if you talk about a golf club anywhere else, anyone paying assessments is a member, whether they prepay for golf or not. They're a member of that facility. So we think that price point is good year round. And we think it's very fair, and you know we've marketed a lot for that with Ocean Pines. We're in the activity guides with all of our stuff, whether it's golf clinics, kids camps, which we have been really good at, the newsletters that go out. I mean, all the publications we're in. So we're always trying to push that. I know in the spring letter when all the membership stuff goes out, you know, we get on like page 4 when the membership letter goes out with all the pools, tennis, all that stuff. There's parts in there for golf as well. And as far as our golf rates for the golf memberships, I put down, I just left it the same as what it was. It just went up last year after several years of not going up. I personally didn't feel like it was time to move those rates up. They're very fair. They're very competitive against our eye-to-eye competitors there. So, and we advertise that as well, you know, with the Eastern Shore Golf Magazine, all the regional publications. In fact, we've got one that'll be coming out here in about 6 days with Eastern Shore Golf Magazine. And then we also email everything to our local database that we talked about. So, did that cover that part?
Yeah.
Very good. So another market is outings. We have several big outings each year. We think we can get a little bit more now that we're going to have a facility that can host some outings. And we'll have, you know, in conjunction with Kern Grill, and we have more room and we have open space for that. Golf course is in good shape. We've got a scoreboard that we're getting ready to put in here in the next couple of months, which will be just off the side of the patio. It's going to be a great area for everybody to sit and score in and out with getting food. I think we can grow that. I think in the next couple of years, I think it's going to continue to grow up a little bit. It's tough for us. We're at a little bit of a competitive disadvantage when it goes to that, only because the main competitors for outings, and most of you know this if you play golf, are Ocean City Golf Club's the biggest one. They're like an outing factory, but they've got 36 holes, and there's a tendency to have golf and food at a very, very low price, which doesn't make sense business-wise for us to compete with that. but there are other avenues for us to do that. And we actually started seeing where we have companies that they might have 20 or 40 people come out, so we'll do small little groups and outings. In fact, I'm working with some of the hotels like Lions Club conventions and things like that. So we're getting groups like that as opposed to these bigger, 144 Atlantic General Hospital or something like that. So I think that's where we're really going to start to attack that, is the smaller groups, and where they can come in and have a place to meet, have a place to eat, and have a place to go out and play golf. So I see a lot of that going up. And so one of the things we've done is send some emails out, made phone calls to some of the businesses and some of the golfers we know that own the businesses and the conventions and the hotels. And so it's going to be a little bit of a slow process, but like I said, we've already got a couple booked for this year, which I think is good, and I think that'll feed on once the hotels and the people that run the conventions see that things are going well and they get a good experience. I think that'll help us get the word out. Word of mouth is always the best way to advertise. So I think that'll help us out with that. We move to page 6, golf merchandise. I think, with the new facility, new building, new golf shop, we'll start getting more people in there. Golf merchandise sales is going to go up. I know we'll get to the numbers here in a little bit, but I see that really probably doubling within the next 3 years of what we've done in the past. I just think that just renewed interest and once you have a facility that's a top-notch facility, people like wearing hats and associating with that. And not that the golf course wasn't great, but I think the overall, with some of the facilities that we've had, it wasn't great. When you walk in, I don't usually wear a hat to some place that smells when I walk in, and it doesn't look good. So, but I think that with we're working on a new logo, marketing the golf course. Andre's got it in great shape. I think we're looking at Private going straight up. I'm going to jump a little bit. We also have, in conjunction with that'll help that, is on page 8, we've got like a launch monitoring simulator area in the new clubhouse, to where that's going to help us be able to custom fit people with their golf clubs, irons, woods, putters, everything. And there's no golf course around here that has anything like that. It's pushing that. And I think that we have a big market, not only with the 1,800 people that live here in Ocean Pines, but there's a lot of golfers in the Ocean City area that I think we can really draw from for that. A lot of people will drive to Salisbury. That's the nearest place to do anything, is if you go to Dick's in Salisbury to go through some kind of fitting like that with a launch monitor and simulator. And I believe really, I think in the next, I think we could pay for it easily in 4 or 5 years, but I think it'll be a lot quicker than that, where this launch monitor and simulator pays for itself. We'll also be able to in the wintertime, we'll be able to set it up to where no matter what the weather is, we'll have some kind of, we can use it as a driving range. You can play golf holes where we rent it out per hour. And,
Yeah, so just add on this, because John and I have been talking about this over the last couple of weeks. So what John's saying is, if we did get the go-ahead to go with something like this, John's showing you, and he's working on it for me, a business plan where if we take the cost of this item and depreciate it over, let's say, 5 years, and what that cost is each year, John's showing a business plan where he can make that money and we can make that money. So it's basically, hopefully, and we do make some money on it, but it at least will offset it. It will continue the golf experience down there, and definitely into the winter, as well as other services that this golf course can offer. And definitely the simulator is something that a lot of courses and a lot of shops are using. But John's showing a business case where it will pay for it.
yeah, so I know we jumped around a little bit, but that kind of ties into your
Couple
golf.
questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's the cost of that?
It's $25,000.
Is it?
We do not have that on the new capital or the capital as of yet. That is one of the changes that we're going to make now that we have a business case.
I'm sure it takes up some space too, some real estate space.
Oh, cool.
Yep, we've got it, actually. There's actually an area where there's a club fitting and repair room right off the shop. So that there's area built in there for that. And then also with the netting in the wintertime, when the bigger area is not being used, or if we have different parts where we can move it out into the bigger area. I think we got areas where we can do competitions with some of the outings or events that we have. We'll set that up to where, I thought I was talking about, we can rent it out, when we run leagues, or someone can come and, rent it out to practice. You can actually play a golf course with 4 buddies, so. But that's another way in the wintertime, especially when the weather's bad. I mean, it's been raining all winter. We hadn't had anything going on, but people can play in the wintertime, and you're going to be able to buy food and drinks, come out and eat, have a beer, play, watch the buddies. I've got an idea for a league in the wintertime that, will start probably beginning to mid of November and run through probably beginning to middle of March. Get teams, and they play a golf course. And it doesn't matter what the weather's like, because everybody's playing the same conditions on the golf course. And we'll just do that over the week. And, maybe Doug and Andre come on Tuesdays at 3 o'clock, and John and Frank come on Wednesdays at 3 o'clock, but it's always the same. It doesn't all have to be the same day, where most golf leagues, everybody's got to tee off at the same time and go around that way. So I think it's something that I've talked to a couple pros in different areas that have run that in the wintertime, especially in the colder climates, and they've had a lot of success with that, and I think that helps us. That's also part of that business plan. I think we can raise $4,000 or $5,000 easily, during that time in the wintertime to help offset that. I'm excited about it. I think it's a great thing to market, and like I said, it's portable to move into the big room. When you move it out of there, when we have bigger functions, we'll be able to do club fittings year round. People can practice year round. So I think that's just an added benefit that Ocean Pines can offer and what a great experience to be able to do that.
John, you mentioned talking about stars before, right? 3.8, maybe 4-star,
Mm-hmm.
and you said 5-star, maybe 5. What makes a 5-star compared to a 4-star?
A lot of it's pristine conditions, 100% of the time. Great facilities. And really, I think, and, customer service is a part of that. I think a lot of it depends on expectations that people have when they go out there. Certainly that everybody views something differently, right? So Andre and I can go out and we'll play golf, and he comes back and says, that was just horrible, and gives it a 2 or 1 star. And I played with him or right behind him, and I might think it's a 4 or 5 star. We've certainly had both of that, and it's funny to hear one person say the course is in bad shape that played 10 minutes after this guy. It's like, I can't believe how great the course is. So, I think as long as we can keep it in that 3.8 to 4, that's I think that's very appropriate for us. It's tough when you have a golf course that goes through 550 homes, right? Is that on the golf course? You got people crap in their backyard. I mean, that doesn't look good on the golf course. It's got nothing to do with us, but on hole number 6, there's someone's got a couch sitting in their backyard. I mean, and some other junk and everything else. So all that throws into the golf course. I can't help that experience. All we can do is take care of the conditions of the golf course and our customer service, and make sure that their other needs are met, whether it's food and beverage or merchandise. We're going to do everything that we can on our part, but that's where some of it is. We don't have the views of Rum Point or Lighthouse Sound. That's where you start seeing some of that go from that 4 to 5 stars. Yes, ma'am.
Is there more that can be done with CPI to address some of that kind of unsightly conditions at houses around the golf course?
I'm not sure, but I'm going to throw that off on Andre.
Okay.
So
There are a couple of real notable ones there that pretty unsightly.
So
Yeah, well, what we do is when we see a lot of debris and trash, and sometimes we'll clean it up, just being a good neighbor. And there's other times when we'll call CPI to not really harass, but to kind of let them know that they need to keep up with their property a little bit. So it's kind of give and take, but the overall, we want to be able to ride down our golf hole and not see these eyesores all over the place. So we address that every morning.
So,
That's 2 meetings ago, we authorized some funding of repairs to the cart path.
yes.
Do they expect to have that work done before May, or is there a delay?
Yeah, the expectation is once they come in to do the front of the clubhouse and redo all that, that's the time they're going to do everything else, because all the equipment will be there.
yeah.
So yes, I'm sorry.
No,
So yes, it'll be done before the next.
and we're working with Eddie's team and everything, but yes. George.
A question on the membership. A couple of years ago, we had a 30/60 membership, and last year was eliminated, and it's not there this year. We did get some negative comments on that because there were a lot of people that used that membership. And I think there were 17, not a lot, but I think there were 17 members. Any chance of bringing that back?
No, I think with the pricing that we have for members, I mean, you know, you could have a membership for everything. And we have a Sunday membership and a Monday membership, and we have so many membership offerings already that just kind of clouds it. I know when it first started, it was designed for people that were could be a member of the club, because you had to be a member of the club playing golf tournaments that were gone all week, and they just came back, and it was like a weekend membership essentially is what they called it. And it was never 9 holes. And then when the golf course went under construction, 9 holes was closed. So then they started letting people use it for 9 holes at that point when Casper was here, and then it went back. So it kind of fluctuated back and forth. You know, it's $25 in season to play 9 holes for the members there, with like Ladies' Day and things like that. What we've seen is when it went to 60, we had people drop their full memberships to go down and play the 9-hole thing instead of a full membership. When it went away, we had people that went back and started getting full memberships. So, you know, it comes down to, I think when we did the math, it was less than $2 a round roughly between that. So we just think with all the other offerings, you know, it's hard to keep track of. You know, again, it just comes down to, you need a membership for everything under the sun. And I mean, I don't know of any other golf courses that have a 30 or 60 membership. I mean, they have like, okay, you can play 30, 18-hole rounds or something, that's fine. But then you break it down to 69-hole rounds, and it's just really too hard to keep track of. We haven't noticed, honestly, a big difference. We've had some people that dropped their membership because of that. And to be quite honest with you, we've made more money off of them since they haven't been a member than they were as a member.
So, you know, like, and John, I did get many calls and many people came to me on it. He said he sold 17 of them. It was probably that number. I'm just curious, you know, and John did explain it. I when I first came down, I did sign up for that. I didn't play golf. I thought it was good, and it was the way John described it. But I'm just curious, or I'd like to know the input from the Budget and Finance team or committee on that for me and for John. Obviously, we decided not to do it, but I'm open to listening. And I believe John is too.
Well, I know a lot of members that, you know, they spend the winter in Florida, so it would be an ideal thing.
Well, could be, sure, but we also had that summer pass card that they could buy.
That was my next question.
So, and that kind of took the place of that. It's not a membership. Well, it's not really a membership. I mean, because you don't need to be a member to play golf tournaments anymore.
Right.
So why? That's what it was originally designed for. Why do we have to have a membership where you don't have to be a member to play golf tournaments?
And what was that card again, John? I know it was offered last summer.
Yeah, it was a summer pass. It was 10. It went from between Memorial Day to Labor Day. It was 10 rounds.
But I think you had to play after 10 a.m. or something with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was so much restrictions with it. It was a 2-hour pass to pay for it. So if you didn't play between 10 and 12, you didn't need it. If you played after 12, it was cheaper to pay the green daily fees than it was to buy the summer golf pass. And if you wanted to play before 10 o'clock, the pass was no longer valid. So it was a 2-hour window that you had to, where the pass was a benefit to people. So that's why one of the things I'm glad, but is this still going to be applicable this year? Because I don't think it's a worthwhile deal.
So you're right, it's not included, but that's the reason for this week. I'm certainly open to guidance and whatever this team, this committee feels, or if you can, when you give me your guidance, I will definitely address it with John. Can't guarantee, depending on what you give us, but John has certainly analyzed this situation, has given options. I'm open to what you all bring forward, and hopefully it's not just a mindset change that's needed on something, but we'll definitely look at it if this committee feels.
Do we know how many of those we sold?
We sold, I think, 3 or 4 this year. I mean, it was kind of new, I think got up a little bit later than I had intended to.
Well, I guess the real question is our membership tends to drop each year.
Right.
Can we make any changes that are going to cause that membership to increase? And I think that's what we've got to look at.
We're always doing that. I mean, and again, I'm open to guidance from this committee or any other committee on that. We do look at that, John and I do discuss it.
The board tried the previous 2 years to reduce the price of golf. That's why the membership prices went down.
Right. How'd that work?
And
Didn't.
I think one year we stayed within 2.
Uh-huh.
The next year it dropped again. So it doesn't look like pricing is always the driving factor for the membership.
But probably not, because there's a couple of things that happens is, A, you get older, like me, and you find out that you're not playing as much golf. And I never joined any of these memberships because the rate as a resident to go play 9 holes or 18 is cheaper than having any membership, and I'm flexible, I play whenever I want.
Right. Which is John's
Morning,
point.
afternoon, I have no restrictions, so to me, the 30, 60 or the summer membership has no meaning at all. And I'm one of the people that's playing less and less golf as the years go on.
No, but I think what you're saying, Bob, takes a very narrow approach to membership. Okay, I view membership as everybody that lives in Ocean Pines. All a golf membership does is if somebody prepays it and it gets them a bigger discount than if they paid per round. And so I don't think we need to focus so much on that. I mean, our goal is to get as many people of Ocean Pines residents playing, whether they pay per round or prepay. But I know one thing that doesn't work is cheap golf doesn't work. Deer Run went out of business. The Bay Club went out of business. I mean, there's other golf courses that have been teetering because of that. You know, and like you said, we lowered the prices for membership, but we didn't get any more. It still went down. So, you know, that's not the answer there either. I think our thing is, can we get more residents from Ocean Pines to play here? And that's what we're trying to focus on. Whether they, like I said, prepay for the year or pay every time they play, that's really our goal, is to get more and more of them here. We've got, like I said, between 15 and 1,800, depending on which number you take a look at there. We want those people to play here more often. That's what we're looking at.
And I think condition of the golf course is the key to all of that. And this past year, the course was super from April till July.
Right.
And then we started running into problems. So the biggest thing we have to do is to keep it up throughout the year.
Right. So
one of the best things you did a couple of years ago was when you put those front tees in. Now the old guys could play and maybe make the green in 2 instead of 1.
So,
First
of all, I want to give it, go ahead.
I just want to say that Justin that you hired, Andre that you guys hired, I think the world of that guy. I think he's doing a good job for you.
So let me just get back to Frank. So Frank, it does have to be addressed today. This is a budget meeting, but this actually is part of the budget. So if you want to expand on what you said, you pretty much started with the beginning of the year till when? September?
End of July was good.
Go ahead.
Excellent. Better than good. Excellent.
And then
the hot weather hit, and we had problems with the greens in various ways. There are lots of different things that happened. You know, why they happened or whatever.
I'll address all this.
There are reasons for that.
Right.
Some of which I've shared already. What I think, and I think we've made some adjustments already.
We made many
along
adjustments.
those lines, which are helping a lot.
Right.
If we're talking condition, I just my 2 cents worth, I guess. I think hole number 8 is one of the key holes that needs to be seriously addressed in the summertime. You all know what happens. I mean, actually, that hole was in good shape through the first part of the year, and then all of a sudden, the turn right there just disintegrated. It needs to be addressed. And I looked at the number in there for sod and seed and so forth. It was $10,000 or something like that. I don't know what the correct number is, but that through the fairway area, going up the hillside, is stones and rocks and tree stumps and everything else up there. where a nice sod up there would certainly help things out. But there's lots of trees up there. You gotta get some trees out of there, get some light in there. I know there's a tree project right now going on with taking down some trees. I don't know if you've considered that turn at 8, the far side of it, as a possibility of getting some more air through there, get some more light in there, so that we can eliminate that bad area on number 8. I mean, there are a few other holes that have some problems. I know you're probably going to address number 14. I've heard questions about the area from the 2 big trees over toward the rough on left side of 14, where tree problems exist in there, and that's supposedly going to be addressed, I hope.
They will be addressed. Obviously, it's the weather, it's the conditions of the ground. I can tell you this is GM mandated on the trees. I gave them a number, how many I want to be taken out. We're working on that. Hey, look, it's a function of what went on over several years. I'm not going to point because I'm moving forward, and I always will. But, I stand by what I said when I was on BNF, and I'll stand now. Cutting cost at any cost, there's another cost.
Do we have enough money in the budget for that kind of stuff?
And this team right now, and Andre's enhanced team that I want to talk about more, and for him to talk about, we're putting the team in place. We are allocating the money there. You can see if you look down below already on what our budget is and what our expectations are for this year and how much more we're doing. But when you go through years and years of cutting costs arbitrarily, and again, I'm focusing forward. I don't want to address on that. It affects that cost. Now, as far as 8, you're right, we're addressing it. Andre's told me what he needs, and we're working on that. We also have a team, and I just don't want to belabor it, but bench strength. Maybe we didn't have as much bench strength, not blaming anybody on what happened last year in September, but it certainly was identified by Andre, John, and myself. And if you look at the team we have in place and all the changes that Andre and John made, we have put a team in place. And with the cross-training, as I mentioned before, with Andre, that we have a multitude of sprayers now under his guidance and training, that we won't be caught short, that if something happens and things happen, we will have the bench strength to get in there and do what we have to do, whether it's spraying or whatever. So if Andre or John want to add anything on that, but I do hear you about 8. Also, I think 8, is that one of the fairways and or that we ever did do drainage on, or it's one of the ones we did not?
But these you saw.
Yeah, I'm leading the witnesses, we did not. Okay, so again, I didn't know to do that, George.
The easiest solution to 8 is just like connect the 2 traps together and make it all sand. Now, the golfers may not like it, it'd be easier for you to do.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know about that one, but that's interesting. But if it was Frank or George was right about that turn, it was looking good. Andre, do you want to add anything there?
Well, I'm gonna just give you some information. Number 8, that turn there is probably the highest point on the golf course. Everything goes down from there. Yeah. So it's actually a plateau there. And it had some failed drainage before I came back. I repaired the drainage, but it also had a issue in the soil, and we've corrected that. But our plan going forward is to sod that whole area.
The right side,
The landing
the
area.
rough area on the right side.
Yep.
Do we have money in the budget? I guess it's the budget-related question.
Yes,
we do.
To that.
We do, and we have those discussions, and we have a lot of discussions on it. And Andre's being modest, and it's easier for me to say it. The drainage that is on that course, when Andre wasn't there for X amount of years, Andre can fill in the years, but that drainage, whether it filled in or whatever, I witnessed, even before this, what Andre did and his team finding that drainage and what it's done to help out. And we're continuing to do that. We've talked about some drainage that Andre and his team could possibly do this winter when they're not cutting down trees or whatever else that I've assigned them with to do that, whether it's the back of 17 Green, and there was another back of a green, number 9, that they're looking at. And this section, and you're right about 8, and that drove me nuts when it happened. But Andre has the expertise, his team does, and certainly John. We've given them the resources in here, and I will continue to look at that as everything else balances out, because it isn't balanced. on where we want to bring that golf course. I don't want this golf course losing a tremendous amount of money, but we can certainly do more there. And you can see the projections that they put forward for this year, even with all this enhancement on the teams, where we're looking at with this course.
Just to add, I remember going back a year or two, a former board of directors said he Googled something and said that you need 400 members to sustain a golf course. And I remember sitting there, and unfortunately it was after public comment, so you couldn't rebut it. But what he was looking at was private courses, and to support what you're saying, you have to look, ours is a public course. So, the memberships is not what's going to fully sustain it. It's, as you said, it's the whole population of Ocean Pines is what, that comment was just, I just sat there and said, unfortunately, public comment is gone. I can't say anything, but what he was Googling was just private courses. Of course, on the internet, we have to read it. But, just to support what you're referring to, John, it's, it's the whole community, not just the ones that have the individual memberships.
1,700 households.
Yeah.
Plus.
Couple things. I just wanted to say, agree with what Frank said. Course conditions are, I'm sure everyone agrees, got to be the best. First impressions are important too. And I was so glad to hear that the old clubhouse was going to get knocked down. Our first impression is going to go from here to here when people drive up now. And I think in the years to come, I think that might drive the option to increase the green fees a little bit. I mean, if we're putting out a much better product.
So, and I appreciate that segue, and I did mention it that when we will continue to look at this, and I agree, we still, the courses that they mentioned, those golfers, those outside golfers, when I was down there, and John, I believe you were there at times with you also, when they did mention the other courses they were playing, and we all know who they are without me saying it, we were on the lower side, and even with this projection, but I totally agree with you. I hope to be here back next year with John and Andre and discussing that. Yeah.
A quick question about, is the site plan include paving, repaving the area next to the clubhouse by the bag drop? Because that was always really rough, and there was a lot of uneven surfaces there. I'm hoping that might be included with the.
So let me
the site improvements.
So good questions. I'll address it, and I'll look at Frank too as I go on it. So I know you just said with the bag drop is, if you look at the other side, we do have a patio that's going to be put in there, a leaderboard that John mentioned, that will not cost us anything. The patio on the side, the opposite side, which will be for the leaderboard and everything, will cost us minimal. What we're doing there. As far as where the bag drop is there, and Steve, I know we're looking at that. I know there's some grading there or whatever. If you're asking me right now, if we have a total site plan as much as we do for the other side, we don't. But it's coming into play that we're going to have to address it. It's just the other stuff is more important.
We do have to do some work over there. Because partly dealing with some of the drainage coming off the building, the downspouts, et cetera. We'll be doing some up to the pond, and then we'll be surfacing that properly.
My thinking was about the path to the old pro shop was a mess, and I know that's all gone now, right? That's all going to be gone. But that was where my thinking.
Yeah, it's going to be, as Steve mentioned, we know we're talking about it. We just don't have as much detail right now as we do with the other stuff.
Yeah.
That's coming up on the next.
Okay, and lastly about the member fees, I was interested in the 3060 when I first came out because it included the cart fee. I know traditionally you do the membership fee, and then there's a cart fee, but the 3060 included the cart fee. And I might have gone for it. I don't golf enough to get a membership, and I have to take a cart because I can't walk anymore. Some type of member fee that included greens fees and cart together would be attractive to me and my wife to play. And also the other thing with the 3060 is that we couldn't share that package between the two of us. And if we could, I might have gone for it in that case also, because it was only I could use it. But if we could share it as a family type thing, that would have been helpful. I agree totally. It's totally hard to manage that sort of thing. But some sorts of membership that includes the cart, I think would be an attractive option. So that's what I would say.
How much is the North Star software going to help you with managing this stuff? It's different membership.
Yeah, we're not using it, North Star software, yeah.
Easy Link.
Yeah, Easy Links, and it's good, but when you have a membership like that you can use for 18 holes or 9 holes, it's hard to keep track of. It's not,
absolutely.
you can keep track of how many times people play, but when it's 18 holes or 9 holes, that's where it starts getting tricky. Yes, sir.
On your financial pages, just a quick question, I gotta leave. And I don't know where this goes, but under golf operations versus golf maintenance, there's nothing in the propane for golf operations. And I don't know if turn grill goes in there or not, but I know we're switching to gas.
That would be under turn grill, because there's nothing that we do.
Okay,
under
that's
golf
separate.
ops that would
Okay,
use
that's fine.
gas.
As long as it's in there, because we changed our thinking on that
Right.
midstream. Right?
There might be some, I duly noted. I got you.
Okay.
I know what you're saying.
Cool.
All right, you're right. When we did this, it's a
Yeah.
small number though.
Yeah, it's not a lot of money.
Right. We'll address it.
In response to your point, according to this, it includes the golf fees. If you pay the membership, but non-member resident rates.
Oh, you mean the walk-on rates?
Yeah.
The individual rate,
Yeah.
yeah. I was talking about if we were to come up with some sort of membership
Oh, okay.
package,
Yeah.
could we find one that had the card?
All right, if it's okay, I'd like to get into the numbers. with
Yeah, let's do that.
Andre, just to stay on track, and we will continue to discuss this, and obviously for BNF, this is the type of stuff I do want to get input from.
Are we on the numbers?
We're going to go into the numbers. I'm going to ask Ron to start off with the golf operations side, unless you want to do something first.
Well, no, because I'm looking at the golf operation. I have questions on,
No,
That's where we're going.
right.
on number 380 and 381. I'm confused on the numbers.
Right. I understand, we were expecting it to come with a question.
Right.
Way down and whatever.
Car rentals and
I don't want you to.
Yeah, I concur with that one. That was
All right.
hard to
Well, I
understand.
think we correct the issue from last year, right?
So, yeah, and John can go as deep as he wants on it. From my standpoint, is I'm looking at the total revenue as far as how we allocate the different money between two and what the reasons are we do it. I don't want to get that deep into it. One thing I can tell you, I believe we're conservative on this, but we do have a new building opening up and a lot of other things there with the pricing. But if John wants to go deeper into it, but I do understand if I was sitting on the other side of this table, I'd be asking the same thing. I wouldn't get too deep into it. I'd look at the overall total revenue, combine the cart fees with the green fees for now.
Okay.
And then, if you want to focus on the others, absolutely. If John wants to add a little more color to the difference there, I'm open to it. But I would ask right now just the total numbers.
That's fine. Put together is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
But I do know
was
what
gonna
you're
say.
asking.
Yeah.
I would focus on the merchandise, I don't want to lead you into the miscellaneous and driver's range. I'd like to get feedback on that.
We already talked. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that was part of John's business plan, and we're trying to tie it in. And we are looking at those line items in the revenue to increase it, especially now with that building. Anything John talked about as far as the simulator and whatever, keep in mind, the more people we get there, the more they're going to be using Turner's Grill and that whole experience. As well as that community center, which I'll get into maybe not right now, which is not necessarily golf.
Well, taking out driving range or miscellaneous merchandise, looks like we're proposing flat revenues compared to this year's forecast, is what it looks like. For membership dues,
Yeah.
car rentals, and green fees, pretty flat.
Right, I was trying to be conservative because, coming off a year where you didn't have a clubhouse, and a little bit of unsettling, I wasn't sure that everybody would just flood in there. I believe that that's fair. I think that we'll do better than that, but, I wasn't sure. Remember when we started looking at this, we weren't sure if the clubhouse was going to be open in May or June. And, there was just a lot of uncertainty when we put this together, so.
And even right now, it's locked in. I really believe, and if Steve was still here, he would say the same, and I believe Frank will, that we will be open for May 1st. It is construction. Anybody in the construction field knows anything can happen. We had to factor that in here to some degree. But I'm excited, and I'm excited for a May 1st opening.
And I'm looking to come back next year and have a different story.
Exactly.
I am, so.
So am I.
You're, either you have looks like for merchandise, you're forecasting 85,000, which was your budget. And you have 39 year to date, unless you're having some big barn sale maybe there's a typo there?
No, this all goes back, I think this all goes back to like August or September. This is all months, a long time ago.
Year to date,
so-
year to date right now, it's 39,000.
Right, yeah, no, I don't think we're gonna do 45 in the next
So, yeah, a little bit of overstatement there.
Well, that's because we don't
Yeah,
have,
different
we
numbers
don't
on
have
that,
a
yeah.
pro shop to merchandise the stuff. I mean,
Yeah, it's-
So your forecast is a little bit inflated for that.
Well, you don't know what it is now. So it's a
Right.
October, November, it's missing 3 months with
Right.
August. You know, we definitely look at that. Obviously, even now, I was down here yesterday, Sunday, at the merchandise, what's out there. Keep in mind, we don't have a pro shop, whatever. I didn't, you know, that's August, so I gotta see what I don't remember his bigger gap there. But, you know, merchandise is coming in lower. I'm not gonna deny it, and what we have planned.
with potential for,
Exactly.
Oh, I think the growth is gonna be huge. I mean, I really do.
Yeah, no, what I was referring to was 39K in November versus 85 in November. November's not on here, but that's the
Right.
number for November
Right.
versus the 85 in the forecast.
Right.
So it looks like it's a tad bit overstated.
Yep. Not gonna deny that.
John, I didn't hear an answer to, maybe I missed it, the 380 and 381. How come our green fees are projected to go up a lot and our cart rentals go down? What's,
Yeah, so,
understand.
look, I anticipate that question. What I'm asking this committee right now, and for everybody else, is to look at the bottom number, the total revenue, and everything, and the combination of the green fees and the card fees in total. As far as how it's allocated and how we charge people for that, is a decision I will talk more with Budget and Finance. But you gotta look at the total package there. Right now, I can allocate it whatever. That's the best I can say right now, or I do want to say, to be honest with you.
Jumping to payroll, if I may.
Sure.
Is, on the back of your org charts, assistant pro,
Yes.
have we hired that person? Is that, number one, is that in here already? And two, have we hired that?
We have not hired anybody. Yes, it is figured in there. We have
It
not
is
hired
figured in there,
anybody.
okay.
Right, so one of the things in this letter, because I had it actually open to that, because I didn't want to forget. We do have an enhanced staff in this budget compared to what's been in the past. Look, I don't want to, and I try not to isolate or discuss, but when I look at the assistant manager and the assistant superintendent, and what's been brought onto this team, the expertise involved in the assistant manager, Kelly, is coming into play, even with our sound system, and the video and everything. He's part of that team or whatever, but this is an enhanced team, and one that I'm very proud or excited about going forward into the next year. Enhanced from what we had in the past. But yeah, John has not hired that spot. I think he's looking at somebody.
But the number is in the.
It is, yes.
Budget, okay.
Yes.
And so, John, how is it that payroll's going down? Or payroll costs here and also in return? I mean, maintenance, I'm sorry.
Oh,
It's payroll cost.
oh, that's.
So the payroll costs, right, let me do that. And again, I said a general at the beginning before we get into all the different departments. That's a mix depending on who is there. Like I use the best example I'd like to do is myself, so I'm not isolating anybody. But the payroll costs, since we are a small department versus big global companies where you could pretty much predict that whether it's 23% of cost or whatever, depending on the individuals we have in place, it could be a different cost on the payroll. Payroll costs. So if I had requested medical and the fact of my situation, it could have been a lot higher than if somebody else was in the position, or as example, it's a lot lower. The same thing on how somebody utilizes the 401k or whatever could be a big difference when you're dealing with a small team in place. So those are all factors. I just got to look at the overall mix, which is what Steve and I do for the whole association.
And so you feel pretty confident of these numbers with that?
The payroll
approach?
costs to the detail, I'm going to say yes, looking at the team I have now and knowing what I know. As far as the payroll cost with everything that's going on, and obviously, it was my understanding we did reflect the difference in some of these pay situations, but yes.
Yeah, hey, John,
Especially if I do it as a function of revenue, what I believe is gonna happen there, which is what I looked at.
yeah, again, when I look at golf maintenance and golf ops, the total reduction in payroll is 31K. All right, and you're saying you can attribute it to 401K and other benefit.
Payroll costs,
No, total payroll, right?
total payroll.
It's 16K for golf ops and 15K for golf maintenance. So the total payroll is going down by 31K. What besides the benefits, or will we see
Yeah.
that 31K elsewhere?
Yeah, no, so let me, and then thank you, John, for smacking me with it. Remember what I said in the beginning, is that the increase in payroll, right? I put that down below the line, all the salary adjustments, and a lot of that's gonna hit this in aquatics. So it's below the line right now, it's not allocated back, because we don't have an approval on some of it. And I decided, and I believe BNF gave guidance, if I heard them correct the other day, to break out all that payroll. So that's a big, and you're gonna see it especially in John's budget and Andre's and with aquatics, with Kobe and Kathleen. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so it's just an allocation.
Yeah, no, it's an excellent question.
Okay.
If I
All right.
correct, at the end, you'll see that. It's because I have it broken out, another reason why I did that reconciliation and opened up with it. George?
Going down to promotion, line 697, I believe. We have a forecast of 71, we spent 19, almost 20,000 at the end of August. But you go back to 2019 and 2018, 53 and 41 respectively there.
Yep.
Is that 71 a good figure?
Yeah, John's got to jump in and believe me, we analyze it.
It is for this year, and I think with, there's been so much instability over the past few years. Some years it takes a lot more, some years it doesn't. With some of the issues that we had this fall, we're going to keep pumping that money and trying to get people back to make sure the golf course, they know the golf course is in good shape. They know we got a new clubhouse, and everything's, running on full cylinders there. And I think that after this year that ends April 30th, I think next year we'd knock that down to 60,000. And I think that's a good number moving forward. But because of all the stuff that's happened over the past many years, that's why it's just a little bit higher right now.
Right. And keep in mind that, as I mentioned before, golf is the only amenity or department or whatever that gets charged for marketing promotions. Obviously, with everything going on there, we want to promote that place. We're hoping that down the road, as John mentioned, will be low. Or at least a function as a percent, which I do look at, and there is a percent here that I calculated of our overall revenue and how much I want to put towards promotions. It's like anything else, when the place is doing well, you have more money to promote it, and when it's doing worse. But I'm not going to get into that. I got people that are experts in that. Good question.
I assume that on line 700, at $28,000 of taxes year to date has subsequently been reclassed somewhere else? Because it's not in the forecast?
That's
Other operating costs.
That's other operating costs.
Isn't that taxes?
No.
I had the question mark on that also.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is other operating costs, that's right.
No, it's not. I have no idea.
Either way, it's something.
Yeah, Steve's not here. I'd have to ask Steve.
yeah, that should be also for the forecast too. Since it's year to date.
Unless it's.
Oh, actually, you know what? I know what that is.
It's your health insurance?
Oh,
I know this.
taxes are operating. I know what that is too. No, I'm sorry, I thought you said taxes.
So very good. So compliments to all of you that picked it up. So keep in mind what's going on down there. I have trailers there. I have to operate that place. We have porta potties, this, that, and the other thing. That's about basically what it is. I just didn't realize he put it down here.
It just needs to be moved over.
We
Carried forward.
I have articulated that in the monthly reviews, especially in the beginning. Yeah, so with everything going on, I have to operate the place. There's been additional cost. The one that fascinates me is the turn square that we're making more money with it.
Well, you always drink a lot.
Well, you see, yeah, I thought it was taxes too.
That's why.
That's why I didn't know what it was. So that's the additional costs, or costs, I'm not even gonna call them additional, but additional costs because of the situation down there, which John and his team are funding, basically.
Okay.
All right, great.
Quick question.
Sure.
Finish up on, and this is minor.
That's fine.
We're driving range revenue. When I worked in the pro shop several years ago, there was always a negative reaction from the golfers who were paying greens fees that they had to pay an extra $5 for a bucket of balls. I know some of the courses include balls for the golfers who are paying, is it that much money for those to me, the goodwill is more important than the $5 we would get for a bucket of balls.
Well, I look at it also as how much they're paying at those other golf courses. I mean, if you're paying $140, then you should absolutely get a bucket of balls.
True.
If you're paying $55, then
Well, when we become a premier course in a year or two, and we're charging $125 at prime hours,
Yeah.
I know it's a policy.
No, I
decision.
totally agree with you. John's
Yeah.
got a point, but I totally agree.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And again, that will evolve.
Yeah.
And I'm excited about it.
Yeah. Plus we have a driving range that's really open to people just to come and practice.
Right.
Other ranges don't get as much as that kind of traffic.
Right.
So
No.
that.
Definitely open to the comment, to the guidance. It's something that will evolve.
Okay. Very good.
And certainly, we're looking at to see different ways. It is to enhance, as you're saying, the experience, and certainly for our association members. All right, so if there's nothing else on that, Andre, you're in operations, where are we, golf maintenance?
Maintenance.
Thank you, John. You wanna, how about we do this on the golf maintenance? If you have any questions, Andre, John, myself will answer.
Looks like,
And keep in mind that the payroll costs, some of them are below the line right now.
so but we have a head increase, don't we? An increase in number of heads here for maintenance?
no.
I would say, I would answer that and say no, but we might have had open position or two that would fill.
And we're fully staffed now.
Because your
Andre, the answer is yes.
your payroll's pretty flat.
Again, the payroll, you gotta look at that.
Well, I'm even
Okay, I'm
adding
sorry.
some in, yeah.
Yep.
Um,
I don't want to lead you again, but focus on the chemicals, please.
Yeah, that's where I was going
Utilities.
next, yep. So we're forecasting 110. Last year we did 124, and now we're looking at 125.
So let me just give some background on that, and Andre, of course, who's the expert, and he certainly is. So what happened in the past is, for whatever reasons, we focused on, or I'm not going to define who we are, when we've cut back on the chemicals or whatever. The first thing on my first day on the job, Andre came to me this year and said, John, there's no way I can function with the amount of chemical resources. Now, I got to add to this, all right? And I told him he will have those chemicals because I'm not going to cut costs, and I'll figure out what we have to do to cover it. With that said, with a situation that happened, as Frank highlighted in September, look, I'm not going to hone in and say I guarantee you that it was because it is that or the other thing. What happened there was a multitude of several. But what we have now in place is the bench strength. If something beyond our means happens, that just whatever. So we weren't able to spray, and that's why you see that there is a decrease, even though it was cut. What we have in place with Andre's supervision, training, and a bench strength now in place, even taking somebody from Public Works if needed and Justin's background, that we're confident that we will have coverage if something unforeseen happens. And things unforeseen do happen. We did go out and get consultants to come in to help us with it, but it was like anything else. Things happened quickly, but we did address it. So Andre, if you want to add anything else there, but something happened, not denying it. I'm going forward under Andre and whatever I believe is stronger.
Yeah, we got some help because the spraying and the chemicals, we did not have the bench help that we needed this year. And those Pines and with our licenses is very particular with the environment, with the Department of Ag, and anyone just can't come into Ocean Pines and just spray chemicals. So we have to have certain individuals, and it takes some time to get them, adjusted on the list to be approved to play. So, but we've adjusted that.
In spraying the golf course greens is different than just spraying a field somewhere.
The expertise and, maybe with the cutting of costs in the past or whatever, Andre just didn't have the resources to get that done. And he put more on his shoulders and whatever, which wasn't, I appreciate it. But we're certainly going forward. This budget includes what Andre needs for what we need there. Fine.
In the sand, soil, seed, and sod areas, you have like $18,000 total, you add two together.
Yes.
In the proposed budget for upcoming year.
Yes.
Are we talking about enough money to the larger projects that we referred to before, like the top of aid or, things like that? Or are we just talking about a little emergency patches here and there?
No, sand and soil, is we're gonna top dress.
Okay, so we're using it.
Yep.
So we're using that part of the budget.
Yeah.
All right, so we don't have anything in here built in for larger projects, wherever they are, whether it's aid or there are numerous places where holes that have not been redone, like we redid 1 through
You talking about drainage?
7.
Talking about
Yeah, we
drainage?
did one.
Let me address that one separately, but no, there's nothing in here as
Okay,
far as the
nothing in
drainage
there.
project.
The
That
question.
is something I'll be coming forward to possibly in the future.
Yeah, the question
Nothing there.
is, can it be a reserve funding because we're rebuilding something that was already
My
there?
team likes that. You don't have it, certainly something to be discussed. Certainly
I'll
that.
say yes.
Yeah, my team is excited about that. If you want to make a recommendation on that, absolutely.
Funding for what?
Replacing reserves. I mean, we
No,
funding for
Where's Larry Perone?
areas of the golf course
Where's
that
new,
have
new capital?
deteriorated to the point where they're not usable anymore.
we haven't depreciated any land at all, have we? Although we did do the greens, I believe. Right?
Somehow we
The greens
did
are
holes
assets
1
being
through 8.
depreciated. Correct. The greens
No,
are.
all the greens have been done, not just, you're talking about.
All the greens have
So
been
what
done.
Frank's talking about, and Frank, correct me or whatever if I'm wrong. Frank's talking about a drainage project that's been in the past where I believe, I've been told on the front, and John, you can correct me, we did 7 holes on the front 9 and we did 2 on the back 9. And then for whatever reason it stopped. I know Dave, I believe Dave was very positive on that. It's something that still needs to be done. It's not in this budget. One thing I can tell you, points that I've seen or whatever, I've asked Andre and I've seen him out there with his team, especially on 16, correct some of the drainage. If you go on 16 on the left side, and I've talked to him about 17, the green, because I didn't understand why it was always wet on the back. Andre explained it to me, John did. We're hoping to fix that. So it's just stopgaps like that, Frank. But there's nothing in here that I believe that you're looking at now. I think it's needed. I think with time, I think there's a lot going on down there. I'm very positive on it. I want to bring forward, we want to bring forward, the results and then look at that.
Yeah, I would suggest that the holes that were not done,
The
that we
fairways,
made,
not just
yeah.
the holes.
right, the holes that were not done,
Right.
10, 18, and
I
that
understand.
back part, that maybe we might be able to look at some of the areas around the greens to do, as opposed to wholesale doing, I mean, it's a lot of money.
Right, especially
The whole
on, John,
hole.
correct me, was it 8? One of them is not good. It is 8.
Hey,
Andre.
yeah, I think.
Yeah, jump in.
I think that it's time that we start looking at, the quote drainage project that was done 1 through 7.
Right.
And because there's some holes that really need to be done. And then not only will it help the golf course out, it will help out the community. And 8 is one of them. 8 drains all the Windjammer. And it runs down to our pond on 9. Then it runs out from 18 pond to the canal. And the drainage there is just failing. It's awful. And I think it's time that we start to look at those areas.
So
And we've been putting Band-Aids on them. But
for
they're really,
years. So, and this is gonna come up when we do the drainage and whatever, and I did talk about this, and Andre and Eddie and Kobe and Novi. So we came forward, the board approved it for the, what's the name of those condos? Water links, the major pipe there between the two ponds, right? I didn't understand if we were doing that, where that water was going. The water goes out to the channel, as well as everything between 10 and 18. Eddie and Andre, I know John and I spoke, and Kobe will get involved also. And nobody told me that that's something we're looking at to do winter work there. So we changed the major pipe, all the feeders, which is a lot of drainage there, still needs to be done. I got Eddie working on it, and I've been down there with the two of you. We need to look at that. What I want to capture what Andre said, what I've said before, and I know the board has told me, and Steve's not here, that I have to quantify it. But just listen to what Andre said about Windjammer and the other pipe that we're looking at on 10. I've said this before over the years, the last couple. A majority of the drainage goes through that golf course. It's not for golf. We just happen to have a golf course there that pays for it. That drainage needs to be addressed. And we are looking at that. That's the next step. But, golf, whether it was golf paying for that big building down there or whatever, it's not golf, but whatever. We do have it on a target. We are working on it. I appreciate and respect that BNF is bringing it up. It's certainly going to make it easier for us, but it does need to be addressed. Noby, Kobe, Eddie, Andre, John, you're putting together some type of work plan for me for the next couple of months of what we can do down there, specifically 10 and 18. Listen, if this BNF committee wants to allocate something or more to it, I'm certainly going to take it. But it is something that needs to be looked at.
John, I'm not a golfer. I'm not familiar with all of what you're talking about. But it sounds like when you do the drainage, putting the pipes in and whatnot, that's one part of the cost. The other part of the cost is what it does to the golf course.
Right.
And I would imagine the maintenance and repair of that is a lot more costly than in other areas. And so I think in looking at where do you allocate the costs, some of it probably should come from golf and some of it not from golf.
Correct, and I'm not saying that, but it all goes to golf. It all goes to golf, and this gentleman and his team, I see it down there. I see them cleaning ditches, and I guess charge the golf. And okay, well, as we go on and we evolve on this thing, I'm certainly going to address it. And I've seen Andre's taken me there, where he's cleaned the ditch, and for some reason it gets filled up. I'm not going to say how, but it gets filled up, and they're out there doing it again. And yeah, that all gets charged to golf. I'm not going to say 100% of it shouldn't, but certainly there's a big part of that, of drainage, for a key part of Ocean Pines, goes through that golf course, and golf pays for it.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is I agree it should be allocated.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think
that's the
originally
next
they
stage.
said that it benefits not only the 500 plus homes that abut the golf course, but Windjammer Road and the rest of the place.
Right.
So instead of golf drainage, we should call it like the Windjammer drainage.
I'm working on it. And this team is, and any assistance from ENF would be welcome. That's going to be something you're going to hear after this process. And I'm sure it hasn't been, it's been kicked around before.
Well, especially drainage obviously is a top priority for
That's
all
right.
of those
We have-
lines. It's not
We
exactly.
have, Kobe's going to do presentations on that, a specific project. I hope the next board meeting, wherever we can fit it in, I feel is most appropriate, as well as you're going to hear when they present on Wednesday.
Yeah.
But this is something that needs to be done.
Andre knows best was built on a swamp.
And one of the issues with hole number 8 is all the water that's on Windjammer Road runs to the back of the properties on 8 and comes to the golf course.
Yeah.
So we're not only draining the golf course, we're draining your road.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, this is good, believe me. Okay, but this is something to follow up that our team is working on, and you're going to hear more down the road. All right, anything else on the maintenance? It's like anything else. Golf is, I know, it always takes a lot of time, and rightfully so, but we do have the foods coming. Anything else?
Food is here, by the way.
Yes. Anything else on the maintenance stick from your team? Chemicals, I think I explained the chemicals. Andre, anything you want to highlight?
Looks like a lot of it is very consistent with the previous year and forecast.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good.
Andre, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's 12:05.
Get back to work.
The next item on the agenda is opened up at 12:35. This food and beverage. The food and beverage will be presented by Steve Phillips, who's in charge of that piece, that part of the operations. Matt and Ralph did not, and we don't feel that they need to be here, but they are accessible as always if there are any questions or anything. Steve actually at lunchtime helped me out to read the contract. A lot of the way we approach the budget, especially food and beverage, is we go back to the contract. So this, which Jeff helped me with, this budget ties into the contract in the sense of what the parameters were, and as you know, there were different tiers of different levels of performance and how we would pay for that. So that's what this budget's built on. Ralph, Matt, Steve, and I, everybody's agreed on it. You have to take all pieces. You take the yacht club, you take the beach club, and Turns Grill. But keep in mind when Steve talks about Turns Grill is this. That contract with Mad Ward Company and with Ralph was basically the yacht club and the beach club. I had asked Ralph, I asked them to take on the Turns Grill, which they were more than willing to do. But that was kind of an add-on in a sense. So, the numbers are basically based on beach and yacht club, but then we did put Turns Grill in. They are excited. They've seen that building. I've had Ralph and Matt there, Lewis and Stuart, the chef, to work with them, get their ideas, what they need in that kitchen, which we are, within budget, getting, whether it's new fryers, a grill, or the whole layout. So that it all comes into play, it's all tied into the contract, and we'll go forward from there. But that's what we built this budget on, based upon experience on the different line items. As you all know, right now, marketing is not allocated to that P&L. It hasn't been in the past. It's nothing that was changed now. Any marketing that is needed there, Ralph either speaks with Josh, Steve, or myself, and we do allocate marketing there as needed. I'm committed to marketing the Turns Grill out of our budget in the public relations. So with that, I'm going to ask Steve to go through the numbers again as you want. Dick, your team can stop and ask us questions at any time, but keep in mind it is built on the contract. All right, Steve, can you start with Yacht Club?
Yeah, it's probably best to start with
Yacht Club.
Start with the biggest and three, I think. So if we get a yacht club, which is in the back, tab number 22. And as John mentioned, I worked very closely in terms of with Ralph and Matt to compile these numbers. So all these numbers were submitted by them, and then we, obviously reviewed them for reasonableness. And you can see that we have a bottom line built in of 88,000 here on the yacht club, and that's versus a forecast of 34,000. So I do think that there is some upside potential on the forecast, but that 88,000 is what Ralph rolled up to. You can see the breakdown in sales, the proposed number of $1.4 million in food, and $844 in beverage, and then you can see that's up significantly versus the 2020 budget. And our margins are up as well. You can see that in terms of our costs, we are at 69% margin there per the calculation. On the payroll side, just a little bit higher in terms of the budgets between the 2 years. And I guess one thing to keep in mind is the budget that we're looking at. So when we compare the 2020 budget versus the 21 proposed, it's really, the 20 budget was built off of the previous contract, which was negative 100,000 was really their target per that budget. So you can see that even though that was our kind of our stick in the sand, it really wasn't reasonable compared with how we're forecasting here to come in 20. So that's why there's so many significant deviations when you look at 21 versus 20.
Question for you, Steve. So if I look at the proposed budget, look at the forecast, and I understand that the bottom line is
Yes.
driven by the contract, but trying to get the revenues as reasonable as possible. It looks like we have growth in both food and beverage from forecast to proposal, which is good. Growth in both areas. But I also, when you look at banquets on 384, the totals are going up, but it looks like banquets is going down. Is that just a numbers game here or something?
Yeah, I kind of looked at that here as I'm going through the numbers as well. I need to look at that food breakout because obviously I just dropped it in for what Ralph gave me, but that does not seem like that split is.
So maybe regular food's going up more than it should. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like beverage is going up, but food's going down. I read it.
So as far as the,
You want me to jump in? I'm sorry.
furthermore, as far as the forecast and the proposal goes, are these numbers basically coming from Ralph or Ralph and you
Yeah,
together?
Ralph did this more or less. Yeah.
So again, keep in mind, it's the bottom number, it's the contract, which as far as filling in, and this is a budget, this is an estimate. And Steve's doing the best he can with what we have. We're working with margins. The main thing is the margins. If we're gonna get wrapped up in one line where it goes, I understand that, and we can adjust accordingly. But I'm looking at the totals, I'm looking at the margins, I'm looking at the contract. And so obviously, go ahead.
I agree, but I do think you need to get them correct because otherwise you're going to be answering this question all next year. You know, why banquets is doing nothing what it wasn't supposed to do.
Okay, we'll definitely be looking at it.
Yeah, let me look at that.
I got no problem with
Forecast versus proposed probably needs to, I need to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, 'cause
Your point's well taken, but John, I don't think the contract breaks out banquets separately from
Correct.
any other part of the food and beverage operation.
Correct.
It's in total.
Right, so and that's why I'm saying, I looked at the margins, as long as these margins are where they're going and where they've been going, I mean, that's great. Again, a lot of stuff there is new, the banquets, they're growing it, but we can certainly fine tune that. I'm not as concerned, but I understand what you're saying, I'll be explaining it the rest of the year, but I am looking at the totals. Ralph's actually,
calling me.
as I said, Ralph is there for us, he's actually calling now, he's probably listening. If you want to answer it, it's fine, if not, if you think it's something else, but they are always a phone call away, and they're in my office in a second. I just want to make sure everybody knows that.
John, I'll go back to my basic questions I've had all along in regard to banquets. If we're not gonna have the cost of food for banquets, but we do for the cost of beverages.
Right.
All right, why do we even separate banquets if we're
Yeah, I
gonna put it
understand.
all together, number
Right,
one?
correct.
Number two, however, on the flip side, we were talking with marketing here about how Matt Ord's saying we gotta upscale the banquets because that's the new thing and all, and we're gonna put more marketing into the
Right.
banquets. So
Right.
my feeling is we should keep the banquets separate, but we ought to get some numbers for the food and beverage cost.
Well-
Now, I recognize they're not gonna count steaks and all, but you
Right.
certainly say, if I have 100 people and I have 100 of this, that, I got a cost of what that food costs.
Right.
All right, so at the very least, they could give a good estimate so that we can at least determine are banquets really what we want to do and are they as profitable as they
Yeah,
should
no,
be.
and believe me, appreciate
And the
that.
same holds true personnel costs allocated to.
Right. So, and look, duly noted and everything, and the way to do it, quite honestly, is margins and determine what your margins on banquets probably or should be. Look, I'm not gonna get into it now, but I do understand it. I don't wanna keep repeating it, but, we are locked, it is a contract. We're budgeting towards that contract. They do not break out, we've gone down this road before over the last 2 years. my answer to you on that is we look at the margins overall. And the margins are moving in the right direction. Obviously, if the margins get favorable, to me, I know what banquet margins are. They're going to be a big piece of it.
Yeah, they should be a lot better than the regular margins.
Right. But like I said, their margins are moving. You can see it. So that's how I look at it. It's like anything else. You know, I understand this is a finance team. We want that detail. I get it. Believe me, I'm one of you. What I'm saying to you right now is let's look at the big picture here. We will try to fine tune it, Dick. I get it. All right. They're not going to put the allocation in on what it cost for the food and all that for the banquets. I mean, we've been down that road before. The answer is let's look at the margins.
All right, fine. And then the only other comment I have in regard to the yacht club is, why are we spending $7,000 on a photo shop or whatever the hell it is?
So you jump in.
When everybody there's got their own camera on their phone.
So look, I'm not going to say that's going to make it to the fine and cutting room capital on Wednesday. Like I said, we are fine tuning that schedule. Probably made my life easier tonight on a decision I'm going to make.
Here's an example of the photo booth. That's me, my goddaughter, and her grandfather. They give you accessories. I'm wearing the Viking hat. You go into the photo booth, you just pay $20, and it takes those 3 photos.
I assume
And it is a money
made a
maker.
charge for that as part of a reception.
Yeah.
So we're going to make the money back.
So it's used other than weddings?
Yes, can be used for anything.
So anybody, people are eating, they can go up and take photos?
Yes, it's a self-managed thing.
Yeah, but
We'll-
in the business plan, I
John,
don't
what
think
do you do? We'll address that on Wednesday. No, I appreciate the feedback. We're striking you
Right in the head. You know, it's like an axe in the head when I
So we will address that on Wednesday. Like I said, there are going to be some.
make money. That's the difference.
I understand your acts, but I was thinking the same thing. Simply because, can't you get a used one? I'm sure
Right.
that there's places out on Coastal Highway
Right.
that have these.
Right.
If you look at the guy who repairs them, and you call him, he'll say, I got 3 in my shop, you wanna buy one?
Yeah, here's, look, this will be for Wednesday, right? But we do have a small business plan for it. We wouldn't put something forward without that, and we can discuss it on Wednesday. Let's just stay on these numbers, because they are big numbers, and there are good questions here.
So you mentioned margins. And it
Mention,
looks
sorry,
like
who?
margins.
Margin, yes.
New margin, not
And
margin.
that is good, it's good to look at margins. So it's pretty consistent as far as, if you look at beverage margins between the actuals and the budget, 21%, it looks like the forecast is 19%, looks like next year we're budgeting 19.6%. So that, it looks like it's tapering down for beverages, that's good. It's also tapering down for food total, which is total cost of food, there's total banquets and
Right.
all put together. So the margins are, it's really trending in the right direction, and that's a very good thing. So that's just to be noted, and I thought that was pretty good.
Yep.
I can't speak to how it compares to, industry norms, but it seems to be a nice trend and heading in the right direction.
2 questions? Can I, just before I go, I'll address that. Like, keep in mind what we have there, the type of building we have, the experience there. It's not just about food, it's just not about making money. We are not for profit. It's the experience there. The amount of money that's spent on those bands, and rightfully so, is also for the experience of the good people of Ocean Pines to go there, and they can certainly, without a cover, and enjoy that music, which many do, and sometimes maybe not spend. So, that's all factored into these numbers also. It's that whole experience that's going up there, and it's packed and it's moving in the right direction, if not there, and if not plus. So, and nobody's on the margins. I've been on them from the beginning. My first day in there, I spoke margins. It's the whole experience there. If that helps. Also, keep in mind, and I know, we're building this budget towards a contract amount. I don't want to come in saying, hey, they're gonna go higher or they're gonna go lower. What Steve and I feel and with the Mad Organ organization is those numbers are doable, and that's what we're putting forward here. So this is one situation where, look, I'll go through the detail. I am into the detail myself. Let's just look at the big picture unless there's something really radical here. Or there's something that's constructive that maybe we're missing or something. If that helps. I get it with the banquets, believe me, I do. But that's it. I don't think it's gonna make or break us, having it or not having it. And I mentioned that what I believe I look at to see it, and I'm sure Ralph does. Ralph is all over these numbers in his team. I'm pretty impressed with that.
Looks like credit cards,
Right, the 3%.
it's going up considerably.
Well, that would be a
Versus
function of the
forecast.
revenue, right?
No, it seems like a pretty big increase compared to revenue.
Yeah, compared to the forecast for this year also.
Pretty good.
54,000 forecast versus 72,000 budget.
Yeah, that's something we could push back on, Ralph. It's up a little bit. I don't know that there's any driving factor there. I mean, we have the same merchant card processor.
So for Ocean Pines, anybody that uses a credit card anywhere for any of our facilities, it's under the same program? Same, like Visa has a certain rate?
Well, I mean, it depends what your merchant card processor charges for those specific cards. At Interchange Plus usually is.
No, but I think the question is, if I use it at the marina and I use it at the yacht club, is the rate that they get the same?
No, because, we have different systems. Like right now, the yacht club's using Toast. They have their own merchant processor. North Star uses, I'm drawing a blank on the name, but basically we had to switch over. We used Elavon at the other places. So, right now we're trying to blend it all together. Once the yacht club comes on North Star, then it will be that way. But right now they use Toast, so the answer is no right now. But generally I guess the average is around 2% is what they, it really depends on what type of card you use, because you got a points card out there that, could cost you 4%. And then you use some of the debit cards.
The Amex charges more than Visa.
Right.
MasterCard.
Yeah, so there's a lot of variability in how that comes in and how it tracks.
Please,
I'm sorry?
the next people are there, I just wanted to.
Fire department.
Yeah.
A couple expenses that we could point out that probably bigger costs. We talked a lot about insurance this morning.
You're not scheduled one.
We did cut some of those costs on insurance. You can see that we're estimated to come in the forecast by 57,000. We're down to 44. So we brought Dealey in, and they're actually working with Work Company to give them their insurances. We found some things that we needed to capitalize on that. We had Larry as part of that work group that John said about having that insurance specialist as part of that process. Also, management fees, that's built per the contract. That's $200,000 flat. And then, of course, the contract says, that if they don't come in with a certain volume, they would have to give back money. If they come in over, then we would split profits 50-50. But you can see that's coming down significantly versus the forecast as well, based on the way we built the contract.
Just looking at 623 propane.
Right.
31,000 forecast, and it's coming in at 48.
I had a question about the utilities too. Basically the numbers are plugged from the budget from 2020 over to proposed. And it's also a lot higher than the forecast for this year as well, the total.
Right.
Isn't the yacht club still on the Sharp propane tanks?
Yes.
The yacht club, if you go to the yacht club, I know about propane and natural gas. I did a big study on it.
Right.
The yacht club has that big propane tank. It looks like a 10,000 gallon. So you're getting a reduction. If they can If they actually converted to the Sandpiper natural gas, your cost is gonna go up probably 25%.
That's what happened in the floods.
Those big tanks are for the marina that you're talking about?
Are they for the,
The big tanks by the parking lot
yes,
that have the fence around it, you can, very high fence?
That's for
Those are the gas tanks for the marina.
Gasoline.
It's gasoline that they
That's
sell.
gasoline. That's gas for the marina, those tanks.
so it's not propane.
No, it's not propane,
So-
it's gas.
What we have here is we converted from propane, Sandpiper propane, to Sandpiper natural gas, which gave us a 25% increase across the board in aquatics, in the yacht club, and every other organization that uses gas to heat.
And homeowners.
And homeowners, yes.
I thought it was a blended rate.
Mm-mm.
Not until it's fully
So
installed.
natural gas is gonna cost more than propane?
Yes, because the system improvement rate is being put back on the consumer. And what happened is, Sandpiper had to go back to the Public Service Commission and ask for an adjustment, simply because so many people went to tanks to get propane rather than hook up to the underground system. They didn't see that, so that those of us who are paying for natural gas are paying that additional cost.
So you think that's the reason this is up to,
I
what,
think so.
18 grand or 17 grand?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay.
that's right.
And wait till you're heating the pool at Sports Core, plus your.
It's already kicked in this year.
Yes.
So that-
Yeah.
So,
For the utilities, yes, it is
first of all, I'm
plugged.
sorry. So first of all, Tom, thank you, you're making our life easier here, but yeah, that's the whole thing. And also, even if you're a homeowner that uses only a little bit natural gas or any situation we have, they actually increase the rates because you're only using a little bit. So that was an outside situation. We did have them in here. They explained to me and others, Eddie and Kobe and everybody, that over time, we will get a better rate, where the rates will be getting better as they recoup their initial cost.
Well, if you remember all that free equipment that people got when they converted from propane to natural gas, guess what? Ain't free.
That's right.
That's right.
And it'll take them about 20 years to amortize that balance,
Well, I don't have to worry.
give or
about
take.
Then we all should go to propane tank.
You're not gonna reap any of the benefit.
You won't reap any benefit for the period of time it takes to amortize all that new equipment, projected to be 20 years. It'll be what it'll be.
Right.
And when it's amortized, it ends, then you should see a savings in natural gas. I hesitate to say significant. I don't know what it'll be. They don't know.
In 20 years, certainly not.
But it'll be there, whatever it is.
Okay, so, well said, Tom, it's spot on, and you're gonna see it in aquatic, although we do have some other factors with aquatics that could offset. Okay, Steve?
Yeah, so I mean, there may be some favorability, I guess, looking at that forecast column versus the budget. I mean, it is significantly under. I guess we went with the conservative approach, of forecast or budgeting what we came in last year. We still have obviously 4 months of the year to iron things out and whatnot. But you can see that electricity, for example, that's about where the opportunity exists. I guess it's about $12,000. Of course, we could always go in more aggressive with those numbers, but we opted not to.
Sticking to the contract.
Yeah.
Sticking to the contract, especially this year. It's the way to budget, it's the right thing.
Mhm.
We could, whether that number for the credit card or whatever is a couple thousand here, there, the other way. Quite honestly, I'm gonna lock to the contract unless I'm specifically told otherwise. It's the right way to do this right now.
So the $200,000 fixed fees in there.
Correct.
Let's say if the budget did exactly, if we did next year exactly what this budget column is showing us, and you finish with 88,000. Is that below a range for a bonus for them?
Yes, because each year goes up.
So in other words, this would be true picture if these are numbers we hit.
Wait, say that again?
So in other words, if we hit $88,000, there'd be no additional bonus commission.
Well, the way the bonuses.
Other than maybe banquet charges.
The bonus is looked at on a consolidated basis.
Answer his question.
$200,000, then a consolidated basis. It goes up every year, as John said, so I think it starts at 130. Consolidated, they need to profit in order to split 50-50. Then it goes to 150, 170, 190.
So the answer to your question is yes, but just talk a bit in terms of consolidated for all the entities as opposed to one. But I know what you meant.
So if you hit
The answer is yes.
88 and the Beach Club hit 100,
So
then
these,
yes, they'd be eligible for a profit.
Right. And terms bill is factored in there also.
and that's not reflected in here.
Correct.
The other thing to keep in mind is that the primary bonus that Matt Ort and company are interested in is a contract extension. Initially, they didn't even ask for it.
Just 1:15. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
15 minutes.
Yeah, 15 minutes. Sorry.
So they were interested in a longer contract. And the way this contract works, if they hit a number, it's a 1-year extension on the contract.
Triggers, right.
That can happen this year, it can happen next year.
It's a win-win contract that Jeff
It is.
helped me on. It's a win-win. And we're budgeting towards that contract. Of course, if you're asking me, you all, I sincerely believe that they will improve on these numbers, but that's, I would not change this unless I'm specific.
Yeah, just to clarify, it's a win-win for Ocean Pines.
Win-win
Yes.
for Ocean Pines, I'm sorry.
You said win-win, you didn't say.
I'm sorry, it's a win-win win for Ocean Pines, it's a win for Matador.
The newspaper.
Yeah, I'm sorry, because that's a big one. It's a win for Ocean Pines and a win for Matador companies. This is a true partnership with this contract going, and any other ones or whatever. I mean, look.
So help me understand, we budget for the management fees, but we're not budgeting for a potential bonus.
Because we don't have those
We don't know
numbers
what
in
it
there.
is.
Exactly. We don't have those, we don't have those numbers reflected in this budget.
But we could anticipate that they're gonna earn a bonus or not.
Then we'd have higher revenues. Again, I'm budgeting to the contract. I believe there'll be upside, and the upside will be shared between Ocean Pines in a win-win situation with Matador as well as this whole thing. We're not budgeting.
But it might not be there.
Exactly.
Well, the key is like, you don't have to budget for the profit, because they make $1, we get 50 cents, they get 50 cents.
Exactly. Win-win.
There's nothing to budget.
Okay.
Win-win situation.
I got you. Okay.
The whole contract was built on that. Good questions. Paper goods?
Paper bill?
Steve, Dick wants to know if paper goods.
No, I was just repeating what you said.
All right, so
Just, I'm asking, please look at the entire consolidated budget for this, the contract, spirit of it. And this is all moving positive from where we were last year, the year before, the year before.
Yeah,
All moving in the right direction. Anything else is gravy, shared equal, right, go ahead.
Basically, what you did for Turner's Grill and the Beach Club, you just took last year's budget and rolled it over to the coming budget. Numbers basically the same thing.
Depends on where you want to, where you see them, if they make those trigger points, whether they make it in the yacht club or the beach club, he certainly can make it in
I'm
any
just talking
place.
about the other two. So if you combine them all
Yes.
together, basically, all three budgets are the same as last year.
Correct, and if we're sitting here next year, same time, same place, the budget that'll be presented by this gentleman will probably be a little higher.
Right.
And each year, going on, and isn't that the intent, and isn't that
That's what it says.
a win-win?
Yeah.
And way better than what we had in the past. There was a lot of thought that went into this contract.
Yes, sir.
Before
All
we
right,
leave,
what else?
before we leave, one more. Oh, did you go to Beach Club?
Steve, whenever, Stephen, you're ready to go to beach club, we'll go.
yeah, that's where I started the page back towards Beach Club, yeah.
So, let me get away from the issue after this here. So there is management fees on the Beach Club.
Correct.
So what are those?
All right, so we do have, I guess for the forecast, there's going to be a small piece that would be allocated out for this year because it's not part of the new contract. That would just be the budget profit bonus portion of it. But there's also accounting fees that we classify within there of about $8,000, and then we also have some commissions that hit that as well.
Okay.
So it's commissions and accounting fees primarily.
Can I jump in on the accounting fees?
Yes.
So, and you're right, so that's it, and then there's also, we have in this past contract as well as this contract paying for accounting fees for the Matador Company as it pertains to our entities. With that said, again, if you go to the contract and you look at it, again, a lot of thought put in there in the sense that we work doing a major implementation on our software system. Based upon when the software system on our end will give us efficiencies, that accounting fee will go down because we'll be able to utilize our system. But again, I had to build it in, we had to build it in the sense that we didn't have that system. There are so many changing components in Ocean Pines right now, and you're seeing some of them, that, you know, I don't have the exact dates, but we certainly planned for it. You will get that efficiency down the road once North Star is fully implemented. And don't forget, you have the TOAST, what is it, the TOAST system up there now, and we're looking to change that too. TOAST.
Yeah.
So again, a lot of moving parts that are addressed, and that's why we have this situation. All right, certainly a lot of change, a lot of good change, positive that we'll see down the road. But included in there is not just the manager fee, and we should maybe articulate that as the accounting fees. No different than the last contract, maybe just not as articulated as much as we're doing now.
On the Beach Club 47 line entertainment, year to date 7,800, forecast is only 5,700 or 5,300. I don't know if that.
What is that, Drew?
47 entertainment.
47.
Forecast is less than year to date. You need that to be adjusted. Yeah, obviously entertainment's done.
Regarding revenue, budget is the same as forecast, is the same as proposed. There's no outlook for increasing, sales out there, or is it pretty much a stable type thing?
So again, we're budgeting to the roughly 100,000 that Beach Clubs are making for years and years and years. We believe it could be improvement. Again, pleased in the spirit of the contract and everything here and what we're budgeting towards. Yeah, that probably could be adjusted. And then obviously there's cost that goes alongside it. That's what we're comfortable with right now.
Okay.
I mean, as far as the bands and whatever, I mean, I see that it's a small number. Again, it could depend on when we did these calculations.
The payroll also, the year to date is greater than the forecast, 112,000 versus 105. Payroll rate.
Okay. We'll rework the forecast.
I mean, if the year-to-date August, it's through August, that's pretty much the whole kit and caboodle, right, for that, it's done, right?
It's done.
Certainly can be adjusted. I mean, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. We'll adjust it. Yeah, it's a function of when we did it. Bottom line is this, the Beach Club, $100,000. Bottom line. Done.
And one general comment, and I want to be sure it's not taken the wrong way. I think Matador is doing a great job, and I anticipate they will do a great job with the turnkey, and they will probably meet or beat whatever their standards are. The only concern I may have overall is that we, the board, management, B&F committee, don't get into a feeling of they've done such a great job that they can do whatever they want to do. All right, or that we're just going to ignore them and they just keep rolling the money in and we're going to be happy. That's all fine, but I think we've got to ensure that we look at Matt Ward like any other department and ask them to do things that we may want, or maybe things that they may want, albeit with the contract restrictions in there, but no. Let's not just give them a blank, gee, they're doing great, let's leave them alone. Right? That's my
Yeah,
concern.
no, and go ahead, I'm sorry. So, and John, that's what I keep saying.
I'm done.
So first of all, again, I'm very happy that John continues to give us service on budget and finance. I certainly, even if he wasn't, I would reach out to John. I know Doug wants to, hold on. Doug wants to weigh in on this. But that's why we have a contract. That's why we do review the margins. And I understand what John's saying. With that, I'm gonna, I know Doug wants to say something.
John, your point's well taken. I believe we have some language in that contract regarding quality and standards that have to be maintained in order to ensure that that level of quality that they're delivering right now continues, and it also factors into the trigger for the extension, the contract extension.
Exactly. You know, Doug was part of that when I met several of us, a team, when we met with Matt and Ralph, and again, and I can't emphasize it enough, we immediately, if not even before we got to the table, had addressed it and everything was correct. We do have those kind of discussions, and I just want to highlight that they actually had the answer even before we finished the discussion. So, but as Doug said, that is built into the contract, yes. But I also understand, obviously, if the margins are starting to change on us or something, there would definitely be discussions at many different levels. I'm not anticipating that, but like anything else, it's a business, John. I hear you. Okay, what else?
The other thing we have to do is continually ask them how they're doing and why they're doing and so on and so forth. If we sit back and never inquire, they'll do what they want. If we inquire, they'll tell us what they're doing. We can change it if we want to together. But we do have to ask them. Every time I'm over there, I talk to them, whichever one's around, usually Ralph, and ask him some operational questions. And we have to do that. And I'm not talking about everyone who goes in to the bar asking questions. I'm talking about the people that are running the contract, et cetera, et cetera. Caring enough about the relationship to ask them.
Here's the contact info for Carrie Jones.
Sorry. There you go. Sorry about that.
There's the info.
That was where that came from.
The comment I would make is that looking at margins is a good thing. That gives you quantitative information that may reflect something about customer satisfaction. But if those margins are going down, we need to make sure that we're getting that qualitative information as well. Because there are decisions they're making about quality that are going to impact that.
Yes.
And so, you know, asking them how they're doing, but also asking the membership how they're doing.
Well,
the users.
well, you don't have to ask the membership, they'll tell you.
Yeah,
Right.
that's good. Where am I?
They will.
Well, excellent points and everything. Keep in mind, it's a very positive right now, and at this point, I really believe it's going to continue. There is a contract with both. Okay. You know what I say, and I just want to point out, it's not just about Ralph and/or Matt being there. There is a management team trained and put in place by Matt and Ralph, Kirsten, Melissa, Lewis, forget the other gentleman's name. Tommy, who are professionals, who I am very comfortable and confident in. You don't necessarily have to see Ralph when you go there going forward and/or Matt. But I can tell you this, they're a phone call or 30 seconds away. But that is our management team there. Lewis, I believe, is going to run the Turns Grill. He has extensive background in food and beverage in a golf course environment. I've worked with him, talked with him a lot. I'm excited about it. He's excited. So, you know, keep in mind that, you know, that's our management team up there. They are certainly part of it. But if you go there and maybe they're not there or whatever, that doesn't mean they're not there. They are in one way or another. I'm comfortable and confident in it.
The other thing you can do, if you want a single place to kind of look at how things are going, watch the wait staff as the meals get finished. Okay, the plates are on the table. And when they walk by, someone who did not serve you will pick up the dishes and move on. That's an indication of an organization that is functioning for the greater good of them all and you. And it's a very visible thing because you'll notice it right away. The people that pick up the dishes is not the young lady that served you.
And most of the staff doesn't look like they're old enough to drink.
They are.
That's okay. KPI for me, and just one of many, is that place is spotless. I go through the kitchen, I go through the back,
Yeah,
spotless.
that's another one.
It's credit to Kirsten and that whole team up there. All right, any other questions on this? I do have the chief out there, and I don't want to keep him waiting. Are you all go to the Beach Club?
Here, okay, the Beach Club, is there anything on terms that you need to look at?
Just looking at terms, it looked like they took all the 2018 numbers,
Exactly.
pushed over to
Hold on 1 second, let
2021.
me put
Yeah,
that
that's what they did.
Hold on 1 second. I got it. So I'm sorry, do you want to pose the question on, I'll take the terms. What's the question on terms?
No, I'm just looking at it, it looks like they took the 2018 actuals and just pushed those over to the proposed.
Okay.
That's all.
I'll
That's what you did.
whether it's.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm saying
The
that.
2017 or whatever, so, yeah, you're right, 2018. Okay, so like anything else, there's nothing there.
Yeah.
We have the history on Turns Grill, so does Ralph. Ralph came to me and said, hey, we're opening up new, we don't know what to expect. They looked at the financials, and obviously that was the year that was picked. And look, I anticipated this. Ralph and Matt, when they came down and I showed them the building, what's going on there and everything, I gotta tell you something. They are so positive, and I'm positive, that we would beat that number. But that number really doesn't affect what I'm telling you about that contract number that we're tying into. You know, regardless if I change this number or not, but that's what it was. We didn't know when we would open, right? We still don't know for sure when we'll open or what actually will transpire. This is consistent with the contract 2 years ago when they opened up, and I see Jeff nodding, when they opened up at the Yacht Club, and I built it based upon that. I'm big on consistency, which I believe this committee is. So that was what was planned. That was our approach on this. As far as the overall contract, this really doesn't affect for them to get, if they meet their bonus or trigger points, this would be all a plus. I've agreed to market it as needed. I've spoken to Josh. We believe it'll be good. And now that they see the building and they see what they have, keep in mind, when we were opening, it was same old. I was handed the Turns Grill. Here's what's there. That's what you have. And if you want to improve the Turns Grill, well, you got to do it within that budget that was approved to build the whole building. Compliments to the team, volunteers, whether it's Marvin, Steve, Frank, Steve, everybody and anybody, that the efficiencies we've done with that, we have freed up money within that budget. And I am getting them, well, we are getting Matt, Ward, Stewart, I've met with them on what type of equipment they need in that kitchen. I don't know what else to say on it. I didn't anticipate you all jumping in. Even Ralph came to me after he saw the building, saw what we're building there. He said, Joe, I said, we're going to leave it at that. I own it. I will address it with budget and finance. But that was the whole, those were all the assumptions for this.
The other big difference, at the time we did the first contract,
right,
we had zero history with them. We had a lot of words, we had zero history with them. Now, we have history.
Right. Even with the building down there, keep an eye on, what Turns Grill was and what it's going to be when we open those doors is a major difference.
Yeah.
Major. But again, when even this contract that we're in now, I mean, I had nothing. They had nothing to go by. They just had my word that, we would have Turns Grill. He being Ralph, Matt, pick the names. When they entered into this contract and I asked them to take on Turns Grill, keep in mind, there was nothing there, right? Or the old Turns Grill. So this has evolved, and that was a handshake with Ralph and me. And I think we're both happy.
Yeah.
Right, and Jeff
All of
was
us.
there. Jeff was there every step of the way with me, and I appreciate that. and saved us money. Haven't you?
Was pleased to help.
On the legal side.
If I can make one non-budget comment
Sure.
about the turns, I hope that you get them to focus on turning food around quickly for the golfers making the turn. I think that's been a problem for a long time.
Duly noted, they know it, that has been discussed, and we're actually talking about some type of phone system or whatever. I'm confident Lewis, with his background and everything, but they have brought that up. I know they're addressing it, yes.
I mean, and
And we built
signs,
that building, go ahead.
directing them where to go get the food and, just, I think we'll,
Right, go ahead.
could recognize some additional revenue if they focus on.
Yeah, and Frank has
a
a,
phone system on the ninth tee, by the way.
everybody's got cell phones today, but yeah.
No.
They're asking me if there's a landline or whatever.
There is a landline on the ninth tee that runs into the
Yes.
turn school. You used to call, say, I want a
Right.
hot dog.
I heard
You
it,
walk
right.
in and say, help yourself.
Right. It's gonna be a little different, and
It's gonna be a little different.
when we designed the back and that whole porch or whatever you want to call it, we looked at all that. And the same thing, the way where the steps are gonna be located, the patio, the golf cart path is all in line with that. Frank helped me with it, Ed, Ralph, and Matt, and Stuart, and Lewis were all part of this. Yep.
Awesome, great.
Now that call, that makes a world of difference.
It's a good idea.
Anything else? And we know about the dance floor. And you're right. I did, that's one thing I didn't have, but it did come up months ago, so we're addressing it. Originally, it was gonna be a different floor, and we changed to the carpet. That saved us money somewhere else. But then it just capitulates, and we do have to address the dance floor.
Dance on the patio.
It's big enough. And that whole experience, if I can sum up what Marvin Steen said to us, and Frank, I don't know if you were in the meeting, Steve will reiterate. When you walk in to that clubhouse, again, it's more than just golf, and you walk down that foyer, and that whole scenic view out there, that's the $1 million, photograph or whatever. It's that community room, which is not golf, and it's huge. And we're working on different things to utilize there. That back porch with the awning, the breakfast that Matt Ort's telling me about that they feel they're gonna knock out of the park. It's all more of an experience than just golf. And we built that place, we designed it, Frank Brown, and others, to capture that experience, which is not golf. I'm excited. It's one of the reasons I'm in here.
They bring back the churchgoers on Sunday. They used to have brunch there every Sunday. You couldn't get in the place.
Now we go to Abby's.
Yeah.
I think this place is gonna be awesome. And they signed, and again, Matt Ort Company signed up sight unseen on a handshake with faith, and I won't even say me or Steve or to anybody else in Ocean Points of what we were gonna do there. Remember back then, we weren't total, whatever. That's it. And just to reiterate, we're under budget. Team's under budget with the clubhouse.
Very good.
That's what it's one of the things you get when you have this kind of a relationship. Not everything is on a prove-it written basis.
All right, so with that, I hope we're okay, because I do have the chief here. I'm 5 minutes late.
Oh, God.
House would burn them out.
It did.
Cookies are good.
Cookies are good, I like cookies.
Well, I moved mine behind him, he kept moving back, I had to keep moving back, I tried to get off the camera.
Yep. All right, so Steve, thank you.
I'm sitting back.
Sit back, let me get you 2 seats here. Because we got a table.
I've been tracking it.
Would you like us to? Want to take that chair and then take this chair?
Put the old guy in the big chair.
Thank you.
Okay, so section 10, everybody, B&F. This is the 115, Dave and Steve are here. I do appreciate that they adjusted their schedule to adopt to our schedule today.
Not a problem.
And I really appreciate it. So it is, I don't, you know, I think, you know, Larry's not here. They have worked extensively with Larry, Steve, and myself. Larry couldn't make it, and he apologizes for that. So with that, we can talk about firing up. Steve is here if you need him somewhere.
Good. All right, well, thank you for inviting us. Appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you. One of the guidelines or the guideline that we received this year was to try to come in flat with our budget, which in fact we did. Actually came in a little lower than we did last year. And in fact, our capital expenditures were lower, $20,000 less than last year. So we're going to briefly go through the categories. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. Obviously. My name is Dave Van Gaspek. I'm the president of the fire department. Steve Grunwald, the chief of the fire department. So you all have a copy, I think, of what we have.
Here's what we have.
Yes.
Is this what you're looking at here?
That's indeed what I'm looking at. Yep.
I saw colors on your page, so I was making.
Yeah, no, it's the same. They've already vetted this with our CFO and with myself and Steve.
Absolutely. Okay, so member benefits, we reduced the amount of member benefits. In fact, we reduced it $3,000. And what that largely is recruitment and retention. Those are things like the banquet and the apparel for the work clothes and the polo shirts and stuff like we have. And we're going to talk a little bit at the end more about recruitment and retention, so I'll defer on that one. Utilities, we just put in basically the same as we had last year. Repair and maintenance, our station is sorely in need of a renovation. And we've been using the Band-Aid approach for the last several years, and we continue to use the Band-Aid approach. For example, this past year, our bays have gas-fired furnaces or, above-ground heaters, and the piping fell out of the ceiling. Part of the piping fell out of the ceiling, significant amount, so we had to have that repaired. We've got roof leaks. We found mold recently in our living quarters, and so we're doing that as an emergency basis. So these are the types of things that we're looking at, and that's why we increased the budget based on what we thought we'd need.
Just a clarifying question.
Sure.
Your column 2019, 2020.
That's correct.
That's
this year.
Budget or the forecast?
No, that's this year right now. 2021 is the forecast.
Forecast.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's in line.
Yeah.
Yep, that's good.
Con?
Okay, communications and maintenance, I'll talk about that a little bit. We were able to decrease that down to $5,000 with the county now owning the radio system. We don't think that there's going to be a big expense to us for replacing microphones, batteries, etc. On the fire expenses, you will see a pretty good increase there of about $12,000. We have several pieces of equipment that are getting to their end of life cycle. And again, that goes into turnout gear, which I'm going to jump ahead real quick.
Okay.
Turnout gear, I was able to decrease that. Some of the turnout gear were good. The fire expenses, helmets, gloves, and hoods are getting to the point where we need to replace them. There's a 10-year cycle on those as well.
Okay, fire police expenses, we increased that for about $2,000, and that's largely because a lot of the equipment we have is broken, it's not working anymore. The lights on the vehicles, we need some coats, some winter coats, and so we increased it a little bit. The department uniform, you covered turnout gear, department uniforms, these are for the volunteers, it's not for the career staff, it's for the volunteers. And we have a cycle of new people who came in, and so we need to buy a few more uniforms. The member physicals, that's very important to us. We require our members to have a fire department physical on an annual basis, which we pay for. And it is obviously more intensive than your typical physical, regular civilian type physical, because we do spirometry, the air breathing, and a lot of the other requirements that we have to cover as far as the fire department. It's NFPA 1582 that which is a standard that we use. EMS supplies?
EMS supplies and maintenance, we did increase this by $4,000 this year. We have some high-end equipment that we had to purchase extended warranties for, and some of the equipment as a heart monitor, it does cost about $45,000 just to replace the screen on that. So we ended up getting service agreements on these units the stretchers, et cetera, to help so we don't have any big expenses there. Billing contract, 8%, that's what we pay the billing company. That's standard, same as last year.
Okay, I want to jump back one quick question, 1 second here to repair and maintenance, because I mentioned that we really are in need of renovation of the South Station. What we're gonna do in the next couple of months is set up a renovation committee within the department, and we're gonna pursue that. We know we can't afford a new building, but we have to do an add alter to our existing building to actually bring it somewhat up to standards. So I just thought about that. So I'm going back to building insurance. Our insurance went up $6,000.
Training, I was able to cut $2,000 out of our training budget, and we're actually doing the in-house training. So we have somebody on staff now that does all our fire training for both our fire and career EMS. So that's all being done in-house. The volunteers and the career staff are being trained on the same fire techniques. Apparatus maintenance, yes, we did have an increase here. We have some tires that are getting ready to go, and the tires for those fire trucks are pushing about $1,500 a piece. So it does, it's not a typical car tire. So that's where the increase in apparatus maintenance comes in. And includes that, of course, that includes the DOT and all the inspections.
On our office expenses, I reduced that $4,000. Basically, we got some economies of scale by buying some larger purchases this past year, and so we're saving money on office expenses. Public education, that falls under the, that's when we go out to the schools. We have our own open house. We go to the farmer's market and all the other events, the yacht club and whatever, and we set up displays. And that's the $3,500, which is pretty standard for what we spend on an annual basis for the public education. The professional fees are largely our legal fees. We do have the opportunity to go to our lawyer on a routine basis for a variety of things, and that's pretty much our professional fees.
Fuel stays the same, flat at $23,000.
Special events. Special events are, for example, as I mentioned, the fire prevention open house. This would be what it costs us for the open house in addition to the stuff we buy to give to the public. Also, this takes into account when we have a weather incident and when we have to bring in, we don't bring in volunteers overnight unless we have a weather incident and we set up duty crews. And so we'll set up duty crews here at the North Station as well as having the careers staff at the South Station. So this is some of the costs that are incurred there. We also incur costs for special community events such as the 4th of July, where we have to bring out our staffs and everything and cover the fire police. We're working on 4th of July, as well as posturing equipment, apparatus, engines, as well as the ambulances. So when you take all this into account, that falls under the category of special events.
Okay, salary, wages, as you can see there, $1,026,900. Benefits, that includes all the workman's comp, the insurance at $209,000. You want to do the workman's comp or just?
Okay, yeah, workman's comp is just simply the workers' comp that we pay. One other thing that I want to jump on what Steve was saying is that you probably noticed already, so I apologize, but we have 24/7, we have ALS providing in this community. From 7 in the morning till 7 at night, we actually have 4 ALS providers. 7 at night, 7 in the morning, we have 3 ALS providers. And so we have really, really good coverage, better than most of the communities on the Eastern Shore as far as ALS and BLS providers.
Excuse me, what's ALS?
Paramedics. Paramedics are the ALS.
It's EM, all right, I'm sorry.
ALS is your advanced life support.
Oh, okay, advanced life support, okay.
Yeah, your emergency medical technicians are your BLS providers.
Okay.
And largely what happens is we, the volunteers, do augment the career ALS staff when it comes to driving the ambulance and even supporting at various incidents. Okay. So I work with comp over EMS training.
Yeah, I've got a question on workers' comp. So I guess there's a category for firefighters, I assume. Maybe there's many categories. It would seem to me that if I was a firefighter in New York City, where I'm actively fighting more fires, and let's say I have a good history, and we have a different environment here. We have a good history. Do we get credited for being small and not having large buildings?
The workers' comp is predicated on the amount of injuries that you have.
Right.
And by the way, this category of workers' comp that we're looking at is for our career staff. It's for our 24/7 paramedics and EMTs. Workers' comp for the volunteers is done on a county level. The county has a risk manager, and the risk manager is responsible for handling injuries and worse on the county level. And then we prepare the paperwork to go to the risk manager, who then handles the county workers' comp.
That's correct.
But yes, it's based on your injuries. The less injuries, and it's just like your insurance, the less accidents that we have, the lower our insurance is on our apparatus and our drivers. So.
EMS training, this is required training by the state of Maryland, which is their paramedic research, all of their ACLS, which is advanced cardiac life support, all of their higher level skills is what that training is for. EMS uniforms, you'll see a significant jump here, and that is, well, mostly my fault. I'm changing the way the uniforms are. I want all my paramedics to look the same when they're out on the street. I want them all to have Ocean Pines Fire Department shirts on, job shirts, sweatshirts. I want them all to look uniform when we're out in the public. So we have added about $7,000 in there to make sure that every employee that we have is wearing the same uniform.
In other words, we want to increase the professional appearance of not only the service that we provide, but the professional appearance of our providers. So physicals, employee physicals. Again, this is what I referred to earlier was the volunteer department physicals. These are the annual physicals, again, the 1582 physicals for the career staff that we have on board. So the last categories that we have is capital and equipment. Apparatus replacement is what you give us on an annual basis for your 50% of the apparatus replacement. As you already know, our 50% of the apparatus replacement comes directly from fundraising. Last year, thanks to a lot of different things, we had a good fundraising year. We typically have to fundraise at a rate of $96,000 a year because to match what is our 50% for apparatus replacement. Our next apparatus is 2021, and that's engine 1101 replacement. So the only way we get our portion, our 50% of the apparatus replacement, is if we do fundraising. And last year, as you know, because I'm sure all of you bought a ton of tickets, we raffled off a truck. We raffled off a Silverado. That was exceptionally good. We also do our mailing on an annual basis. That was not as good. Normally we get 60 to 70,000. We only got 45,000, but it was compensated by the other stuff we did, including the truck. We did a quarter auction, as you're probably aware of, early in the year, and then we did a Yeti cooler. So there are different fundraising efforts that we do, which, by the way, takes a lot of time because it's obviously a volunteer effort.
Well, you forgot to notify me that I won the truck.
You and 4,990 have told me exactly the same thing. And then the capital purchases were reduced this year. And Steve, over to you on that.
Yeah, I was able to reduce the capital expenditures, capital purchases this year. I only need 3 air packs. I have 3 failing air packs that have failed that cannot be replaced. Thermal imaging cameras, I need to update those. What a thermal imaging camera is it allows the firefighters to actually see through the smoke and through the fire, so they can actually see if there's a victim inside. The ones that we have are pushing 15 years old, so they need to be replaced. 10 SCBA bottles, again, the air pack bottles that we wear, they have reached their hydrostatic testing limit. They cannot be tested anymore, so they're going to be out of service this year. And gas meters. Need to purchase 4 gas meters so we can actively and effectively measure the gas levels in the houses and outside.
And one thing that we wanted to get back to, and I mentioned this earlier, is the issue of recruitment and retention. As you realize, we have demographics here that don't support the growth of a young fire department. So we get a lot of people that are retired. They move into the area. So we're getting guys from DC Fire Department. We're getting guys and ladies from all over, although we do have a very difficult time recruiting. So I want to talk a little bit about that. We put in 15,000 man hours a year of volunteer service. That is the training, that's the response, that's the fundraising, that's the meetings, that's the whole package. So this department contributes to this community about 15,000 hours a year, which if you look at Maryland rate for a volunteer hour is $27.50, which comes out to almost $400,000 a year. So basically, this community is getting $400,000 worth of service for zero. Want to talk a little more about it, Steve?
I would, what we had talked to John and Larry, and I think Steve was there as well.
Yeah, Steve's in the corner.
We are trying to come up with some retention for our younger members and for our firefighters sustainable. We are offsetting the career with the volunteer. And of course, they offset us as well. What we proposed was to give our active firefighters a free assessment, so they would not be charged assessment if they own the house. And how I have this structured, it would include the firefighters, fire police, the administration members, and volunteer-only EMS members. They will have to be eligible, and what I mean by eligible is for the state of Maryland, they do give the volunteers throughout the state a tax break. However, with that, you have to be an active member for 3 years. This program would follow that as well. So you would have to be a member, an active member for 3 years. A member in good standing, they must accrue 50 points. And those categories are meetings, drills, fundraising, alarms, and training classes. In addition to that, the members will have to meet the departmental requirements, which are 50 fire calls, 50% of meetings, and 50% of drills. So with all that said, how are we going to kind of police that? And as we would provide the Ocean Ponds Association with a quarterly report, as we do with the financial statement.
And how many individuals with this?
So I looked, I did some preliminary homework here, and I've come up, right now we have 19 members that would be eligible. Roughly $18,069 is what it would be. Now, keep in mind, we have members that have just come in, so in 2 years, that number will go up, but we expect that number to go down as well with some people that leave the community.
And as far as benchmarking, you're saying in other areas of Maryland, they would get tax breaks or something similar?
Correct. In Anne Arundel County, Carroll County, and there's a few others, Queen Anne's, I believe, they do not have to pay taxes. They're property taxes. They don't have to pay property taxes.
And there's some jurisdictions where they don't have to pay their water bills, they don't have to pay water bills and other types of utilities.
What does Worcester County offer?
What do they offer?
Yeah.
Nothing, yeah. And I think one thing that fire departments evolve, as you know, just about every fire department started as a volunteer fire department. And then you get more, as you get less and less ability to retain and recruit people because people have lives, jobs, kids, et cetera, then, and you deplete that, then you start going more and more towards a career department. If this department were ever to become a career department, yes, we have ALS staff that are career. But if we were to have fire and EMS as a career department, it would be approximately $5 million. And we compare that to other departments that are similar size across the country. So we're providing us as a community, free service for the free, and as I mentioned, 15,000 volunteer hours equates in Maryland to approximately $400,000. So
this would be only for people that own homes. It would not be for renters.
Right.
It would not be for personnel that live with their parents. This would be for firefighters that meet all the requirements that own homes within the Ocean Ponds.
That number is 19?
Right now, that number is 19.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
What I don't have exactly is, I think I have one or two that are on the waterfront. So their actual stuff would be a little bit more. But it's under $20,000 for sure.
And we are looking at all types of options too, because we are going to begin to work with Mediacom and Comcast to see if they can do anything to support us. Sharp provided a 15% discount to firefighters that converted to Sharp tanks. And but we don't have that. We don't have that as of this point in time.
What is Worcester County's position on this? Have you worked with them at all to try to get property tax or other
So, yes,
concessions?
I have, we have brought this up at our commissioners meeting. We have a commissioners meeting once a year with all the fire chiefs and presidents and ambulance captains. And there has been no budge from the county at all.
They've had no interest.
No interest in
The
it.
commissioners?
Yes.
Do they say why?
They're not really giving us a good reason why.
And have the other fire departments in the county approached them as well? Or is
We do it as a group.
Yeah.
How we do that is we all get together as chiefs, ambulance captains, and presidents, and we come up with topics to bring up to the county commissioners. We have one meeting where all of us are together, and then it's presented to them as a group. So they've known about this for several years. It's just something that they're not interested
But they're
in.
not interested in part, I'm guessing, just looking at the dollars that the county gives our department, God knows what they're spreading all over the county too, so they're
Right.
indirectly funding,
And there's some confusion on
except it's
this.
not helping you with your volunteers, I
Correct,
appreciate
yes.
that.
And that's the key word, what you just said. There's some confusion on this, is if, when I first brought this up to them, they were like, well, then we have to do it for everybody. That's not the case. This is for volunteer public safety. This is not for your police officers. It's for your volunteer personnel that is at the firehouse.
And
So that's where the confusion has come.
And I think it's important to note that when we do get together with the other presidents, captains, and EMS captains and chiefs, that it's a matter of priorities. And in the county, right now, the priority is supporting EMS because EMS is the least supported at this point in time. But there are fire priorities. What we're talking about is a lower level of priority to the commissioners because it's most important that they fund EMS and fire. And so when we give them a list of 10, 15, no, it's not that many, it's about 10 different,
8 items.
eight items. Those items are prioritized, and this year it was largely focused on EMS. That's where the weakness was. So we understand their situation. They only have a limited amount of money too, and they're putting it where we hopefully asked them to put it as far as what the current needs are.
Do we have members that don't live in Ocean Pines?
We have a few which are called associate members. They are not eligible for this incentive.
Well, no, I understand
Yeah.
that because they don't have
Yeah.
the assessment. I'm just curious.
Yeah, we do have.
Yeah.
We do have some.
And-
Yes.
They're almost like reserves because they don't have the requirement that the rest of us do in Ocean Pines. They come into the Pines for certain periods of time. They may hang out at the firehouse. We have, what is it, Glen Riddle? We have a member in Glen Riddle. And when it's a working fire, two alarm, one alarm, whatever, he'll come over, but he's not gonna come over for fire alarms and, CO meters and stuff like that.
We do get support from other county fire departments.
Yes.
If their members are around. Worcester County allows any Worcester County firefighter to go to anybody's, they're covered under their workman's comp insurance. But with that said, what Dave said, if it is a real fire, they will come. But the 3 o'clock in the morning fire alarm, they're not going to come over here. So that's why I heavily, rely on volunteers. We both, the entire company relies on them.
How many volunteers do you have? Okay.
Altogether,
This would be volunteer fire and fire police also. Same organization.
Well, yeah, but.
He's gonna do the actual count, but somewhere around 45, 50.
But the fire police don't do any firefighting, they direct traffic.
That's correct.
44 members.
44 members in total.
You have 44 members, including the police.
Nine
and
are-
the ambulance drivers included in it?
The ambulance drivers that are volunteer are
Yeah.
volunteer firefighters. Or fire police, or whatever.
Fire police, whatever.
Out of that 44 members, 9 of them are, so that would be 35 firefighters. And 9 are fire police.
9 are fire police?
Correct,
And
yes.
35 are actual firefighters?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
How many paid members do you have also?
No, Chris staff is now full-time 13, right? 13. 13.
13,
The new guy on my
13
committee, I'm just trying.
Oh, that's nice.
13 total career, and how that is.
So career, Firefighter?
Firefighters.
They're firefighter paramedics. Their primary responsibility is
Oh.
medical.
Okay, but the 13 fire slash, I'll
Paramedic.
call EMTs, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Sure.
I gotta stay with the old fashioned terminology.
Sorry.
Okay.
And what we did is we looked at the statistics in Ocean Ponds and realized that the majority of the calls were coming between that 7 to 7, 7A to 7P. So we put a fourth person on.
Yeah.
And in the evenings, after 7 o'clock, there's 3 people on. 2 would go on the ambulance, and then if we had a fire call, 1 would actually stay back and get on the fire engine. That still leaves.
And if there were 2 calls and the first crew of 2 were out, leaving 1 person, then a volunteer driver would show up to augment the third provider on a second call.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Are all of the volunteers drivers?
Largely.
Okay.
They're
They have
as
to have
far as-
special.
Yeah, you to
Yeah.
drive the fire trucks, you have to have a non-commercial Class B license.
Right.
So there are, I want to say, roughly 6 to 7 that do not have their license, that cannot drive, that are just actually firefighters.
And
But just
we're
about
talking
it.
about recruitment.
Mhm.
How thin are you? How many more volunteers do you need? Or is this retention we're talking
No,
about?
it's both.
It's
It's a
both.
combination of both. We have an aging fire department. We have very few young members because of the demographics that we have. We have very few young members that are joining the department. We have a few, but most of the people that are coming into the department have retired, and they're coming in from Baltimore County, Baltimore City, DC Fire, and that sort of thing. But their lifespan as a firefighter is rather limited because of the age that they are. We would love to get a lot of younger people, but we don't have that demographic to support it. We are going to the high school and recruiting out of the high school. There is a county cadet program, and to be a cadet in the county high school system, you have to be affiliated. So we have several young cadets that are affiliated with us, but of course, they're young, and there's a lot of activities that they can't participate in, like any dangerous activity, basically.
And with a new member, you're looking at about 12 months before they're actually trained. So this program would be, yes, to recruit people to bring them in, but also to help retain them. And that's one of our big things right now, is just trying to keep these people here. We all grew up where, I wanted to do this. I don't get paid for doing this, and I spend 30 to 40 hours a week.
I second that motion too.
Whether it's on the street, fighting the fires, going to the other jurisdictions, but I don't expect to get paid. This is what I want to do. I want to volunteer to my community, and I've been doing it for a very long time. But the generation today does not feel that way. They expect something, for their time, and I think everybody in this room has probably seen that. We're just looking for, some way to keep these people here and to bring them in.
The other thing is, a lot of departments are legacy departments, where the grandfather, father, son, brothers, sisters are in the department. That's not the case here. We don't have that kind of demographic. So we don't have the ability to bring in 10, 15% of people that are legacies. So.
And then for this program, the homeowner would have to be the volunteer.
Correct. That's correct.
Correct. If we have several on our roster that still live at home with their parents, they're not going to be eligible for this. It has to go to the
Right.
volunteer. The person that's volunteering their time would be the one that would be eligible.
Does the county VOTEC have any type of training program?
Yes, that's what I was referring to.
Yeah, okay.
That program.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, right, okay.
Yes. I'm sorry.
No, I was to say they can enroll in that program through school.
And that's to become a full-time paid?
No,
Oh, that's just for
That's just
volunteers?
volunteer.
Oh,
They have to be affiliated with a department in the county.
Mhm.
So as I mentioned, we have, I think, 2 or 3 that are now in the cadet program.
I see.
So, but again, they're very limited. They can't do the
Right, right.
the IDLH is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
They can't go into a dangerous environment.
True.
Right. And even the guys that are coming from Baltimore County, it still takes them a year to get up and running. Worcester County is totally different than where these gentlemen and ladies have come from before. So we've got to train them the Worcester County way and also the Ocean Pines way. It's different from radios to, running positions on the engines, the streets. The objective is the same. Let's put the fire out. let's help a sick person. It's just a little bit different than what they're used to, so we have to make sure that they're trained. So we're, like I said before, we're really looking for, something to retain these people here in Ocean Pines and keep them, and to get some more people in. I would appreciate if you guys would consider this and talk amongst yourselves.
Yes. That definitely will discuss that with you. Absolutely. And it's certainly warranted discussion.
Anybody have any questions for us?
The Anne Arundel County system, you said they do property tax refunds or
Yeah.
for
Yeah, they do.
similar to what you're talking
It's,
about?
it's similar. It's kind of like the same thing. Instead of us paying the association fee, you guys would not charge us, and they don't charge their volunteer firefighters.
Do you know how
real estate
long that
tax.
program has been in effect?
It's fairly new. I want to say it's about 24 months old. It's a fairly new
Relatively
program.
new.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they don't charge them the full amount of the taxes, or is it a percentage?
I have to look at it. I think what I was told is they don't have any property taxes.
Are there other counties that have done this? or
I think
is
Queen
it-
Anne's is one. Baltimore is, and there's several more. It's not just in the state of Maryland, but it's all over. It's all. This is not a Maryland problem. This is a
It's a
national.
national problem.
It is.
State of Pennsylvania has lost over 1/3 of their firefighters in the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And they're an all volunteer state.
Yeah, outside the big cities, you're right.
Correct. That's correct.
Absolutely.
And I know that's around the whole country.
It is. It's not like you used to where we had to fight to get on the fire truck now. I'm just hoping that I have 4 people show up.
Somebody should-
So, I understand your retention
Yes.
issue that you want to deal with. How many volunteers are you looking for right now to fill your
To be honest with you, I'd like to have 15
more?
15 more.
Because even though we have 35 volunteers, the volunteer firefighters, if you will, there's a lot less that actually show up on a routine basis. We do have people with jobs, we do have people, with families.
It's
So,
80-20 rule.
Yeah.
You have 20% of the people showing up to do 80% of the work.
that's correct.
And that's just the way that, unfortunately, that's just the way it is. So there's 6, 7 of us that I can, depend on all the time. This morning, we had a call at 6, or what was it, a little after,
Almost 7.
almost 7 o'clock. And I had 3 volunteers, plus myself. So, of course you got you.
I know.
Any help or any consideration from you guys would be greatly appreciated.
Approximately how many calls you have a year?
The 279 fire calls is what we had last year.
Almost 2,000 EMS calls.
279 calls.
Fire.
And
Almost 2,000 EMS.
2,000 EMS. Now, the EMS stuff, that includes things people fell down and they can't get up.
Slips and falls, breathing, and sick person.
Yeah.
Are really the 3 categories.
Right. And then, of course, the fire will go assist the EMS depending on what type of call it is.
Right.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Right. So, and, they go on every call that we go on.
Fire, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
the EMS
Makes
will go on
sense.
absolutely every call.
You know exactly what you're going.
Exactly, yes.
Exactly.
And then what percent of Worcester County population is covered by your fire department?
So we cover 9.6 square miles, which is in our first due area, which is it was relatively small. In that area, we run almost 300 fire calls. And that is considered, when I first started here, we ran 35. So that'll give you some history.
But we do have the highest
We
population.
have the highest population other than Ocean City.
Right.
What do you mean I think we're higher than Ocean City.
In the summertime, we're not. In the wintertime, yes.
Yeah.
Summertime, nobody.
Sorry,
That's right.
Yeah, we can't beat them.
Yeah.
And do you know how many calls are covered by all the rest of the fire department?
I can get that information.
We do have that.
I'll reach out to you.
Yeah, we can
Okay.
get you that. Of course, Ocean City would be the busiest, and then it's kind of a toss up between us,
Right.
Berlin, and Pocomoke. Then you have, of course, the smaller companies down the south end of the county. But with that 9.6 square miles, we have 12 miles of water that we also cover. And you figure there's 8,400 lots, am I correct? We'll be close.
8452.
Yeah, something like that.
8452, and just about all those lots are built up. And so we have a lot of residential, a lot of commercial coming to the area, which that means a whole different training, aspect that we have.
Because I work in Marina in the summertime on weekends and just the weekends. every weekend there's at least 3 ambulances coming across Route 90 out of Washington City. Every
Well,
weekend.
And another thing that's affected us is the fact that you look out on 589, look at all the medical facilities that are already in, plus we have a surgical facility that's being moved in, that's coming in. And I understand there's one more building that's gonna be built there. And so all of those have also increased our call volume. And when a surgical facility comes in, it'll probably increase substantially.
Yeah.
And we're not getting any compensation for that. So.
Any other questions?
What happened on the Parkway late yesterday between Cape Jones and?
You
tell us. We're trying to figure it out.
Unfortunately, we had a young man that was driving. We don't know if he somehow became distracted, but hit the pylon.
Yeah, I saw that.
Overturned his
Yeah.
vehicle
Oh, it
on the
overturned
parkway.
too?
Yes. He was uninjured. He was able to get out by himself, which is always good.
Okay, so BNF, any questions for Steve Bailey as far as the numbers that were very thoroughly vetted?
No, you did go through the numbers very thoroughly, thank you. And do understand your additional concerns and requests here, and I guess that merits further discussion.
Yeah.
Aren't you asking for less money too?
Yes. Yeah.
$20,000 less. And
Right. Yeah, and less as far as capital expenses, 20,000 less in capital expenses also.
I have some more tweaking to do to the actual document for the
Absolutely.
program, but I'd like to send that to you so you can disseminate that amongst
Absolutely.
everybody.
Absolutely.
When I've done that, probably be back in another 2 weeks or so.
Yep, and I'm gonna set up time with Dave to talk to the Simpson Group.
Okay, good.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
Michelle's reaching out to them, we'll get something.
Great.
Oh, perfect time.
We're all done, Larry.
All right, thank you, everybody.
I warned you.
Thank
Thank you very much.
What am I not going to win this year?
Well, we're thinking about a Dodge Ram this year,
Oh, nice.
so hopefully.
Thanks for your help.
We'll see what happens.
Appreciate it.
No problem. All right. Larry, all right, thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Everything's good, Larry. And Larry did put in a lot of work on this budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wonder, thinking, how much faster things go when Larry's not here?
See that?
I do have actually one question. I was going to wait for John to come back in. You know, I actually went to the county and presented the information to get all the grants and everything. And I see they're claiming the 475K as revenue on their side. And there's also 475K listed on the police. I'm hoping that that's not double counted. I don't know that we got 2 different ones, or did we get one for police? Well, I got to go back and do the homework for that. Steve, do you happen to?
Well, the only one that comes directly to us is the police one for 475.
They are the same money.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because I gotta go back and look, I still have the request letter, and I gotta go back and double check it, I just wanna make sure that we're not, you know, overlooking the fact.
Police looks the same as it was, pretty close to what it was.
Yeah, I know what the police was 475, I remember that, I know that they granted it to us. Question is, you know, county, so if it's on them, that's good.
All right, so let me just, so that concludes the presentations from our end, Dick and BNF. Obviously, the request they have, I think, is definitely merits discussion. John pointed out also, you know, look, Larry came in at the last, but I did escalate it, Larry, based upon the day. But Larry did a lot of work on that budget with him as well, Steve and myself, and I thought they did a very good job, to be quite frank. John obviously looked ahead. They are asking on the assessment whether you need time to discuss it among yourselves, BNF or whatever, but I would like some feedback on it.
I don't know how to find out, but it'd be nice to find out if it is the full county tax that these other counties are doing, or a percentage. That would be good to know.
Well, from our standpoint, we're talking about $20,000.
Exactly, you're talking about it in the most, right, you're talking $1, $2 if we do half. Which if you would ask, thought you'd turn around and ask me, but if it's half, we're talking $1, and that's why. You know, it's $1 if we did half. On the assessment.
Do half would be 10,000.
10,000, which is rounded $1 on the assessment.
Whatever.
And they did bring it in, as, I don't know if you all noticed, there was not an increase in compensation. Larry actually worked with them first. Last year, we did have it in their salary increase. It was already vetted there even before we made the change at the end, and that was fine, and they committed this year, and they've come right in. And I'm following up with the Simpson study, outside compensation group with them, because it did say that we were right on track, but I want to get them more information. So they did come in on track on that. And as John said, they're just rounded 18,000 under last year. So,
It's a,
half is, we're talking a dollar assessment.
it's a very
Full $2.
legitimate request to ask for something. I can understand they do a heck of a lot of volunteering there. Is it worth discussing possibly some kind of an amenity offering,
Instead or?
combination instead?
Or in addition to.
Well, I'm not sure, I mean, their objective is retention. I'm not sure.
Well, it's a perk.
The amenities will be that attractive to
Well,
retention.
It may not be as attractive perk, but it's a perk.
Hey, Dick, you have to remember the volunteers that they're trying to get in are younger people. So we actually did discuss this a little bit, whether or not that would be a better option. And, and I agree with Dave that it would be much easier to control if we look at some kind of kickback or some break on the amenities. I mean, on the assessment. And again, this would be right in line with what you see with fire departments all across the country. Everybody's having a hard time recruiting, as I'm sure they probably gave you the same spiel, but if you look at the options, if we get to the point where we don't have enough guys, volunteers,
We'll have a different situation.
yeah, it becomes a lot more expensive, so.
Yeah,
Well, if you
I
think
had that
about,
experience before with my company about volunteer firefighters coming in. The only alternative is we go to fully funded
Right.
or fully paid, and it's quite a cost. He's probably not far off in what he's talking about.
well, yeah, just those the police departments over
Yeah.
$1.2 million, full-time police. The fact that if we're gonna do anything, this is a good time to do it. Their request from over last year is 20,000 less than last year. And if we give them approximately 20,000 in that benefit, we're even,
Right.
all right?
Right.
So if you gotta do it, you're doing it right at the right time. Now, whether or not those numbers came out that way accidentally or not, it's not important. The fact that they came out that way. You know,
I think
I'm inclined, if you're gonna do it, do it. I mean, like, retention of fire, I know it's countrywide. I know it's all over the place. And especially the Pines, I all these older people.
Well, it would require a board vote, but the recommendation from the P&F would be to.
So Larry,
Oh, no.
Dick, if I could just
That's
jump
my
in.
thing.
So first, apologize, stepped out, I went out to get, you did mention about, I thought the amenities, you did bring up the amenities, actually, when we spoke to them the first time I came back, and spoke to Ruth Ann, who I thought was right behind us. The full-time volunteers, the full-time volunteers do get the swim. Jump in, tell us.
Full-time, year-round, get swim family yearly for them and their families.
So they already do get that. And there might be something with golf, but we're not totally sure, but they do get it. Because when we came back, the time when they did talk to us about that, I went to Ruth Ann because I actually had that same similar thought, but they already get to swim.
I thought we just resolved it while he was out of the room, didn't we?
Well, we
Or swim, I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, you resolved it?
We resolved the whole thing, we got out of the room.
Oh, we heard.
I said, just give it to them. It's 20,000 less they're asking us.
I'm with you. I mean, did they vote
And
for
this
it?
year we give it, no, we didn't vote for
I'm
it.
speaking for me.
Well, we heard from two. Let's go
I
right.
thought it would be a no-brainer, but go ahead.
Frank?
I don't have an objection to it. Firefighters are very important.
Absolutely.
I know firsthand because my partner was a
Absolutely.
firefighter for 25 years and working with me.
Well, I was a recent beneficiary of their EMS service, and it was very good, excellent.
You can't put out a fire without firefighters, with all its equipment, without the manpower, it's not gonna help. I'm for it, my only point would be, this year it's 19. If they're actually successful in recruiting more volunteers, that number could increase over the coming years and turn into 30,000 or 35,000 or whatever. So just something to consider for future years.
That's okay.
And minimum, I really ask it for at least half, and we can review this each year. But believe me, I'm open.
Or perhaps you look at a graduated scale until you reach the full potential.
You mean half, 3/4, then 100% over 3 years after they meet their 3-year requirement?
They're not eligible till they meet.
Yeah,
the-
they're eligible.
I said, you know, the first they meet the 3-year requirement, and give them half, 3/4, and full over the next 3 years. So 6 years into the program, they're fully covered.
That's probably too hard to manage. I'm in favor of giving.
Simple.
Yeah, you just do it.
Okay, Dick, what say you?
I have a question though. What if that firefighter lives on a bulkhead?
That's part of it. I think he
That's part of
said,
it.
yeah, 2 or 3 live on the
Okay.
bulkhead.
Should be
So
basic, should be the basic
Should be
assessment.
the basis.
Just the basic
basic.
exception, just the basic exception.
978.
Not the bulkhead.
Right, it would be the basic assessment.
Okay.
He's saying
So in other words,
less.
limited to 978.
Correct, limited to the
basic assessment.
Basic assessment.
I'm for that.
And this would be.
So I-
No, the full assessment.
I think we have a majority opinion here.
Well, no,
So BNF recommends?
are you saying a full assessment on the bulkhead?
I am.
No,
He's saying full assessment.
I'd keep it simple. I would make it at the.
Or is it just the basic assessment?
and
Covers
is
most
this
of the
gonna be in perpetuity or is this a year?
I would say to
Well,
be voted on each year.
Yearly approval?
you can vote on it each year, but that's going to be a little difficult to retain people saying if you come here and work 3 years, you won't have to pay an
It's hard to
assessment.
take a benefit
This
away.
year, but not next year. I don't know about the year after that. It's kind of like if you started, you can bring it up every year, but you're right.
Yeah.
It's
hard to
extremely
change
difficult to
something
take
once
it
you get
away.
it.
It's like anything else. At future board, any 4 members can turn it over.
Yeah, that's true.
That's right.
That's true.
So,
So
We can't do anything about that.
is what's on the table, if I understand it correctly, is that at the $978 level,
Correct.
that a volunteer fire department employee, is it a volunteer fire department or volunteer fire police as well? Either one, right?
I would say either
I
one.
think it's either one.
Yeah,
I believe the 19 included both
Okay.
Yes.
from the discussion.
No, I thought it was fire, it was fire.
No.
Fire and police?
Yes, fire police.
He grouped both together.
Yeah, I
No,
didn't
no,
hear
no,
19.
whoa.
I didn't hear
It's the
it.
volunteer.
I'll give it.
45.9.
He said he had 45 volunteers, 9 of which were police drivers, 36 are firefighters. So we're talking about the 36, not the 45.
So he said only 19 will
Thank you,
qualify
Bob. Exactly.
for this
Which is
year.
a combination of both.
Of the 36, only
Yeah.
19 qualify for this
45,
year. But it does not include the
19 and
the
45.
police drivers. It shouldn't include the police drivers.
All right.
I could be a
The
driver.
number's 19. When I asked him what the number was, regardless. the
Yeah, it
number's
was 19 total.
Okay, so 19, the recommendation is,
So 19 at, it's on the table is 19 at the assessment level of
978.
which would now turn into 980 without other adjustments
would
plus
be
or minus.
a
But we're talking
benefit.
basic assessment?
The
Yeah.
basic.
benefit
Just
passed
say
on
the
to
base.
volunteer.
Okay.
But this is based on the requirements that they established. that they
Based
have
on
to-
their 3-year
that they have to-
requirements.
that They
Yes.
have to certify.
Yes.
And their ability to do the things they need to do to, go to training and go to.
Right.
Yeah.
Cleaning the truck and whatever.
And obviously I'll work with them, or we'll work with them to have this all summarized in one-page document, so we have it. And the same thing as far as quantifying it, so that there's clarity on the 19. How's that? Good?
Is there any other volunteer entities or people who might say, well, you're giving a break to the fire
That's a good
EMS?
question.
Shouldn't I deserve it as,
Who?
well? I'm
Pick
just
somebody.
trying
I
to
think he's talking about the Budget and Finance Committee.
That was a given.
No, we're not putting out fires or saving people's lives, so I think there's some qualifying measure.
But we
also
they can start one and put it out.
The close would be neighborhood watch, and that's
Start all the fires.
I think you answered your own question, is that they're not putting out fires and they're not saving lives. This is This is really not because they're firemen, and it's because we need them, and we need to recruit them. That's the real.
And the services are important.
About the only thing that would be equivalent would be any police officer who lives in the clients. Because they have a similar.
This doesn't include paid firemen.
Yeah, but they're.
They're
Does
paid.
not include paid firemen.
This is
That's true.
volunteer.
This is volunteers only.
Volunteer.
Thank you.
Police are tomorrow. Stay tuned. Okay, so we're good. All right, so duly noted.
Good.
I think it's the right time. I think you all did. Okay, good. All right, that is basically our presentation for the day. From our end, we do finish on time, if not early. Any feedback, anything for tomorrow? We start tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And with general maintenance, public works, and CPI Eddie. Now, in the past, sometimes, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, we were able to move up the Wednesday, or we never were able to move up the Wednesday into Tuesday. I'm fine with leaving it the way it is, because as mentioned to me, a lot of people have seen this schedule already out there. And
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that too.
leaving it the way it is.
We all planned on
Exactly.
being here for the 3 days.
Yep.
It'll give us more time to.
Exactly. And there is,
summarize
right,
everything.
and I think you're gonna get a lot more clarity this year, first of all, I know you are, on the reserves, and I think it will help you to ask questions or whatever. And then a lot of work we go into it as this binder in front of me reflects. So I think we leave it. Okay.
Okay, good.
Anything different from me or my team for tomorrow, Dick, or everything was what you expected?
No, I think just proceed as
Steady as
today.
she goes?
Yeah.
All right.
Other than the eggs Benedict.
Yeah.
All right, very good.
All right, thank you. See you all tomorrow, same place, same station.